Good evening and welcome to the council meeting for Monday, April the 8th, 2024. I want to say thank you to all of you for braving the crowds and the traffic jams and everything else out there on the roads to make it in for this evening. At this time, I would ask you all to please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection. Please be seated. And at this time, I'll ask Councillor McPherson to read the land acknowledgement.
The land on which Council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many Indigenous peoples made up of First Nation, Inuit, and Métis. The Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement should remind us of our responsibility to ensure the Dish, the territories on which we live and work, is never emptied, and that we take care of the land and its inhabitants in a way that ensures its future sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor. On to the Mayor's report. I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. Start with some condolences. On behalf of Council and City staff, I'd like to extend condolences to the family and friends of Thomas Edward Johnson, the former St. Catharines Fire Chief who passed away at the end of February. Tom retired as the Chief of the St. Catharines Fire Department after 39 years of service, and he was a member of the RCSCC Renown, where he held all staff positions, including Commanding Officer from 1964 to 1967. Tom was a graduate of St. Catharines Collegiate, and he was a member of the Adnak Lodge and Shriners. Thank you for your service to our community, and our condolences to Tom's family and friends. Earlier in March, I had a fantastic time joining Councillors Phillips and Dodge and the dedicated volunteers at Meals on Wheels St. Catharines as we delivered nourishing meals to those in need of their invaluable services. The month of March is coined as March for Meals, an annual initiative aimed at spreading awareness about the impactful work carried out by Meals on Wheels within our communities. A heartfelt thank you goes out to Wayne, who is my driver, and all the exceptional staff and volunteers who play a crucial role in providing those services. On March 24th, I was pleased to join local dignitaries and residents at the opening of another navigation season of the St. Lawrence Seaway and Welland Canal. I want to thank Councillor Garcia for being there as well. Special mention goes to Algoma Central Corporation and the President and CEO, Greg Rule, for celebrating the 125th year in business. And thank you to Greg for his leadership and service to Canada's largest Great Lakes shipping fleet. And for those who are unaware, Algoma Central Corporation's headquarters are located just across the street. And if you stand on the front lawn, you can throw a baseball and hit the front door. I want to thank the leadership of the Niagara Regional Native Centre for inviting me to bring greetings at the Youth and Elders Conference. I always welcome the opportunity to learn more about the events being hosted and the work being done. And I enjoy meeting the members of the community at the Niagara Regional Native Centre. So thank you for that. Earlier this month, I also had the opportunity to attend the Niagara Regional Science and Engineering Fair at their 61st annual event. And I am going to just very briefly be a very proud former teacher and maybe someday again science teacher and give a shout out to my former student, Carter Yacht, who won the grand prize along with the senior gold medal and will be competing at the Canada-wide science fair later on next month. On March 28th, I had the opportunity to join Team STC at the United Way campaign celebration breakfast. I want to throw congratulations to everyone involved in the United Way and campaign chair Brad Steves for exceeding the campaign goal and raising $5,289,000 for local social services programs in the region. I also want to extend a big thank you to all of the city staff that are involved with the United Way and to our very own David Oakes, who I know enjoys his service to the United Way on an annual basis. So thank you to all of them for the work that they've done and to the United Way for the important work that they do in our community, supporting all the amazing initiatives they have. On March 28th, I had the opportunity to attend the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative Ontario Regional Meeting at Blue Mountain. Great to meet in person with members of the Ontario caucus of the Cities Initiative. Our discussion centered around the need for increased funding from upper levels of government to support the water and wastewater infrastructure here in Canada and how to continue to build a robust marine economy. Nominations are now open for the city's annual Arts Awards. Local artists, residents, businesses, and organizations are eligible to be nominated for the annual awards in the following categories: the Arts in Education Award, the Emerging Artist Award, the Established Artist Award, the Making a Difference Award, and the Patron of the Arts Award. Nominees must be St. Catharines residents or have been consistently active in the arts in the city for an extended period. The nomination deadline is June 14th at 4:30. And the 2024 St. Catharines Arts Awards will be presented on November 3rd at the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre in the Robertson Theatre. If you want more information or you want to see the details on how to nominate someone, you can visit stcatharines.ca/artsawards. This past Friday, I was pleased to join Prabmeet Sarkaria, the Minister of Transportation, MPP Sam Osterhoff, to announce the launch of the request for proposals for the twinning of the Garden City Skyway, and Regional Chair Jim Bradley. Niagara is a strategic and busy trade corridor that requires well-maintained infrastructure to grow Ontario's economy. Expanding the Garden City Skyway will improve Ontario's productivity and help us get goods to market faster in one of the province's busiest corridors. Construction is expected to begin in 2026 and will take about 5 years to complete. There were a number of important events over the course of the last couple of weeks. Obviously, we had the opportunity to celebrate Easter, the Trans Day of Visibility, the National Indigenous Languages Day, and World Autism Day. We also had the opportunity on April 1st to raise the flag of the Royal Canadian Air Force in celebration of its 100th anniversary. This milestone marks a century of excellence in aviation and military service. And throughout the years, the RCAF has played a crucial role in defending and protecting Canada's airspace. From its early beginnings to the present day, the RCAF has continuously demonstrated dedication, bravery, and professionalism. And as we commemorate this special occasion, we honor the men and women who have served and continue to serve in the Royal Canadian Air Force. Cheers to 100 years of Air Force excellence. And tomorrow is Vimy Ridge Day, and I want to thank Councillor Williamson for being on the ball and making sure my office remembered that. We did remember it, but we appreciated the reminder anyways. It's a day to commemorate the deaths and casualties of members of the Canadian Corps in the Battle of Vimy Ridge, which took place during the First World War. The Battle of Vimy Ridge, which took place from April 9th to 12th in 1917, marked a pivotal moment for Canada, as it was the first time all 4 divisions of the Canadian Corps fought together as a unified force. The day holds profound significance in Canadian history, honoring the courage and resilience displayed by the soldiers who fought valiantly on the battlefield. So tomorrow, let's join together to reflect on the bravery and the dedication of those who served our country with courage and honor, leaving behind a legacy that continues to inspire generations of Canadians. One big upcoming event that I want to make sure the community is aware of before I turn it over to council. The Kruger Big Assist helps make the game of hockey more accessible and inclusive for all families, and St. Catharines CYO Minor Hockey League has been named one of 5 regional winners receiving a $25,000 grant to support the programming. St. Catharines CYO Minor Hockey is a 100% volunteer-based league and has been providing youth programming to the Niagara region for 90 years. Through its Take a Shot program, the league equips kids with new hockey gear and offers marginalized youth and new Canadians a fun and inclusive environment to learn hockey. The association aims to continue expanding its current programming and is in the process of creating a new female coaching initiative. As a regional winner, CYO Minor Hockey is automatically entered to win an additional $75,000 from Kruger Big Assist, but in order to do so, they need your vote. So voting for the grand prize begins on April 9th and runs through to April 11th. and we will throw those details up on my social media and make it shareable for everybody else. You can visit KrugerBigAssist.ca to cast your vote for CYO minor hockey. And with that, do any members of council have anything they would like to add to the mayor's report this evening? All right, I have the Deputy Mayor. I need you to punch in. All right, Councillor Stevens, there we go. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had the opportunity to represent you at the Great Lakes Pilots annual dinner a couple weeks ago, and I just wanted to thank them for making me feel very, very comfortable, and it was an interesting evening. We take for granted the job that these pilots do in getting the ships from Lock 1 through to Lock 8, and actually they also go up to the upper reach of the Detroit River and the St. Clair River. A lot of interesting stories. Of course, the tragedy in Baltimore had happened, and in talking with some of these pilots, and I couldn't believe, I guess it's a sign of how old I'm getting, but how young some of these pilots were or are. They have to have commanded a ship on the Great Lakes for a period, I think, of 4 or 5 years before they can even apply to be a pilot. And it was interesting talking to them about some of the situations that they found themselves in. And we're very fortunate we have them so that we don't have any accidents like that of Baltimore on the Great Lakes and in the Welland Canal. So thank you for allowing me to attend. It's always a great event.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Phillips. Councillor Stevens.
I just want to remind everybody that this weekend, the Grantham Lions Club is hosting their annual fertilizer sale, Friday, 3 to 7, Saturday, 9 to 5, and Sunday, 9 to 2. Come out and help support the Lions Club. All the proceeds from these go back to Lions charities and goes back to the community as well. So this weekend, annual fertilizer sale, Grantham Lions Club on Niagara Street.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Anything else to be added? All right, seeing none, we will move on to the adoption of the agenda, and I will turn things over to the Deputy Clerk.
The following items of additional correspondence have been placed in Council Sugarsing folder. Confidential memorandum from Assistant City Solicitor, read the Planning Act Appeals, 44 Reichert Street. Confidential memorandum from the Deputy Clerk, appointments to Anti-Racism Advisory Committee. A memorandum from Director of Engineering, Facilities, and Environmental Services, 2024 Resurfacing Program, revised list of roads.
All right, can I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Councillor Townsend, Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Adoption of the minutes. I need a mover and a seconder for the minutes of March 18th, 2024. Councillor Phillips, Councillor Dodge. Any amendments? All right, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? Declarations of pecuniary interest? No? Okay. Then we move on to consent reports. That council approve the consent agenda, save and accept those items brought forward for discussion. Can I have a mover for the consent agenda? Councillor McPherson. And Madam Deputy Clerk, can I have you read the list of the consent reports?
Today's consent agenda, item 6.1, Financial Management Services Director Capital Project Report for the fourth quarter ended December 31st, 2023. Item 6.2, Financial Management Services 2023 Annual Investment Report as of December 31st, 2023. Item 6.3, Financial Management Services, Accounting and Payroll, 2023 Council's Remuneration and Expenses. 6.4, Engineering, Facilities and Environmental Services, Facilities and Energy Partnerships. Item 6.5, Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, Housing Accelerator Fund. Item 6.6, Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, Extension of Integrity Commissioner Contract. And item 6.7, Legal and Clerk Services, Council Correspondence.
Madam Clerk, if you'd like to call the roll.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Counselor Williamson,
Yes.
Counselor Townsend,
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Counselor Stevens,
Yes.
Counselor Kushner. Is he online? Okay. And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, so we move into public meetings. The first one is 7.1, sorry, the only public meeting this evening, 7.1, Planning and Building Services, Planning Act, Public Meeting, Recommendation Report, Application to Amend Zoning Bylaw 2013-283, Subject Lands, 1298 4th Avenue, Owner Shannex Ontario Developments Limited. The purpose of this public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public and council to understand the proposed amendment to the zoning bylaw regarding 1298 4th Avenue, and to provide the public with an opportunity for input before council's decision. If a person does not make an oral or written submission prior to the council decision, that person is not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeal by others without the permission of the tribunal. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Staff will explain the report and staff's recommendation. The agent will present and council will have an opportunity to ask questions. Members of the public wishing to delegate were advised to register by 9 a.m. today. No one requested to speak. At that time, I will ask if anybody in attendance wishes to speak. Once we have heard from all members of attendance who wish to speak, the public meeting will be closed and council will be able to ask staff questions and will consider the report recommendations. At this time, the public meeting is now open, and I now call upon Natasha McDonald, Planner 1, to present.
Thank you very much. Thanks again. Good evening, Mayor Cisco, city councilors, staff, and members of the public. My name is Natasha McDonald. I'm a planner with the city, and I will be presenting staff's recommendation for the zoning bylaw amendment application at 1298 4th Avenue. This map shows the location of the subject lands, 1298 4th Avenue, which has frontage along 3 roads, being 4th Avenue, Penichetti Street, and Pathstone Way. The property is located just west of the Niagara Health St. Catharines site. This zoning bylaw amendment application is requesting to permit a long-term care facility containing a total of 430 units. The facility is proposed to be constructed in 2 phases, with phase 1 featuring a 4-story podium with 10-story and 8-story wings occupying the majority of the site. The proposal also includes a future 8-story phase 2 building located on the southern portion of the site. A zoning bylaw amendment application is required because a long-term care facility is not permitted in the current zone. As such, the application requests to rezone the lands from business commercial employment with Special Provision 5 to medium density mixed use with Special Provision 5. The application also requests to amend Special Provision 5 to address site-specific matters such as parking, building heights, lot coverage, loading spaces, setbacks, and landscape buffers. So here are views of the subject lands from its 3 road frontages. The subject lands have been vacant for over 2 decades and were historically used for agricultural purposes. Shown here is the surrounding area, which contains agricultural lands to the north, vacant lands and the Niagara Health St. Catharines site to the east, vacant lands in the CN Railway to the south, and the Branscombe Medical Center to the west. Also to the southwest are the lands where the extended care facility has been approved. Shown here is the submitted site plan for the development, with the phase 1 building outlined in blue and the phase 2 building outlined in red. As noted, the phase 1 building contains a 4-story podium with a 10-story wing at the northwest corner and an 8-story wing at the northeast corner. This building will include different unit types offering varying levels of care and services with a total of 255 units. The proposed phase 2 building is 8 stories tall and contains 175 supportive living units, offering the highest level of care. The ground floors of both buildings include a range of amenity uses for residents, with residential suites located above. There are also outdoor amenity areas provided through private balconies and communal spaces. The development includes 164 parking spaces with both underground and surface spaces available. The main vehicular access is off Penichetti Street with an additional access off Pathstone Way. The design also includes a pedestrian network throughout the site, connecting to the existing sidewalk along 4th Avenue and future sidewalks to be installed along Pathstone Way and Penichetti Street. Shown here is the submitted landscape plan, which identifies the site's proposed green space and plantings, Also highlighted are the proposed at-grade outdoor amenity areas and communal rooftop terrace on the Phase 1 building. Shown here are the proposed renderings for the buildings with views from 4th Avenue and an aerial of the entire site. So staff have evaluated this application against provincial land use plans and policies, being the provincial policy statement and growth plan, and found that the application is consistent with and conforms to provincial policy. Staff have also reviewed the application against regional land use policy, being the Niagara official plan, and found that the application is in keeping with regional policy. Staff have evaluated the application against the city's official plan, being the Garden City Plan, which designates the subject lands mixed use. The subject lands were recently redesignated from business commercial employment to mixed use as a result of the city-initiated land needs assessment and OPA 26. OPA 26 also established a special policy for a cluster of lands west of the hospital, including the subject lands, that encourages campus format developments by providing opportunity for a mix of population-related uses, office uses, as well as institutional residential long-term care and assisted living facilities. The proposed development conforms with the Garden City Plan, and therefore an official plan amendment is not required. In terms of zoning, the subject lands are currently zoned E1-5, Business Commercial Employment with Special Provision 5, which permits a range of employment uses. The proposal will rezone the property to M1-5, Medium Density Mixed Use with Special Provision 5, which would bring the lands into conformity with the official plan designation and permit a range of uses, including the proposed long-term care facility. The applicant has requested to amend Special Provision 5 to address various site-specific items. This includes an increase in building heights at reduced setbacks for the Phase 1 podium, 10-story wing, and 8-story wing, as well as the 8-story Phase 2 building. The proposed building footprints are shown in blue. The applicant is requesting a reduction for the setback and landscape buffer to 3 meters for the corner of 4th Avenue and Pennichetty Street, which is impacted by a daylight triangle previously dedicated to the region. This area is circled in green. They're requesting a reduction to the western interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 5 meters. This yard is circled in yellow. And also to permit encroachments into setbacks and landscape buffers. So this would include a 0.7 meter encroachment for architectural columns, a 2.5 meter encroachment for balconies, 3 and 4.5 meter encroachments for electrical transformers, and 1.5 meter and 8.3 meter encroachments for entrance signage. These locations are all outlined in red. During the review of this application, it was identified that the proposed Phase 2 vehicle drop-off along Pathstone Way is located within the required 6-meter landscape buffer. While staff are not supportive of this drive aisle being wholly located within the landscape buffer, as it does not meet the zoning bylaws intent for landscape buffers. As a possible alternative, staff have proposed that the drop-off location be accommodated curbside along Pathstone Way with a covered canopy extending from the Phase 2 building to the lot line. The requested Special Provision 5 includes an encroachment for a covered entrance canopy at this location, and this area is outlined in red. Other proposed amendments to Special Provision 5 include a reduction in the required parking ratio from 0.4 spaces per unit in bed to 0.38 spaces per unit in bed. This results in a reduction of 9 spaces from 172 to 163. The applicant's requesting an increase in lot coverage from 40% to 44% with contributing footprints outlined in blue. They're requesting to permit loading bays within a side yard not abutting a public street, as well as internal to the site, and these locations are circled in red. And finally, during the review of this application, staff have also recommended that the special provision require a minimum outdoor amenity area of 6 square meters per unit, 30% of which must be communal in nature. This provision reflects the proposed private balconies and communal areas while providing a bit of flexibility for minor design changes. These contributing areas are shown in green. To summarize the planning analysis, the proposed long-term care facility is a permitted use in the official plan, and the zoning bylaw amendment will bring the zoning into conformity with the official plan. The proposed facility includes 430 units and between 285 to 300 jobs, which equals a density of over 500 people and jobs per hectare, exceeding the minimum density target for the lands. The proposed design of the facility, as captured in the amended Special Provision 5, is appropriate for the subject lands and surrounding area. The application was circulated to city departments and external agencies for review. No objections were received for the requested zoning bylaw amendment. Notable requirements during site plan approval, should council approve the zoning amendment, include filing a record of site condition and applying any mitigation measures identified through the noise study and pedestrian level wind study. In conclusion, it is staff's recommendation that council approve the proposed zoning bylaw amendment as recommended. The proposal is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to the growth plan, Niagara official plan, and Garden City plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. At this time, I will now call the agent, Nick Godfrey from Better Neighborhoods, Toby Omega from Shannex Ontario Developments Limited, and Heather Hansen from Shannex Ontario Developments Limited to present.
Oh,
The lectern is yours.
thank you. Good evening. My name is Heather Hansen. I'm Vice President of Strategy and Brand for Shannex, and I'm joined by my colleague, Toby Omega, who represents our own ACL Design Build Solutions, which is our construction company. So we're owners, operators, designers, builders, facility managers of seniors living organizations, and also joined by Better Neighborhoods, Rick Godfrey. So I understand we have a short amount of time. Just really wanted to take the opportunity to introduce you to Shannex. Shannex being the parent organization of this proposed development. I don't know if we're on or, sorry about this. It's okay. Should I keep trying the button? No. Okay, I'll put the controls down. So let me just tell you, I know time's ticking here, I'm mindful of the time. So Shannex, we are providers of licensed long-term care as well as retirement living services, which includes assisted living, memory care, and enriched care services. And we've been in business for 36 years, and our origins are Cape Breton, Nova Scotia, Halifax, Nova Scotia, but we do provide services across New Brunswick and Ontario, and in a variety of service lines. We do have, I will say, in Ontario, we operate exclusively under Parkland, and we do have a few other locations here in Ontario. So I'm just here to provide you with some confidence about our commitment to communities. We operate in, can't go. It doesn't matter. Ajax is our most recent development. We also have a property in Mississauga. That was our first entry into Ontario, as well as Etobicoke. And we are opening our 4th location in Ancaster in the fall. So I think I'll pass it over to Toby at this point to tell you a little bit more about the application. There we go.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Toby Omega. I'm the development manager for Shannex. I'm just going to go over the project briefly. On the left side here, that's going to be our lifestyle kind of model. This is going to be 105 units. On the right side, we call it here the all-inclusive residence, and it's going to be 155 units. They're all connected to a 4-story podium. And also on the phase 2, which is going to be 175 units. That's going to be, we're going to do that probably after our first phase. Roughly from start of construction, we're estimating that, you know, after our zoning site plan, we're thinking of breaking ground sometime next year. Okay? Just to give you a general scope, the project pretty much covers majority of the land. We do provide kind of a communal courtyard, give our kind of residents that communal space. Inside, we also provide things like swimming pool, bowling alley, as the case may be, golf simulators and all that. We look forward to this project for sure, and you know, to be next door neighbors, good neighbors here in the community. And we just hope that this will be approved. I'll pass it over to Nick to kind of go over from a planning perspective.
Good Good evening, everyone. I'm Nick from Better Neighborhoods. I'm going to give a brief overview of how this aligns with the official plan, and in short, what we're doing to bring this proposal into alignment with the official plan designation. So official plan amendment 26 redesignated these lands from employment to mixed use, and the proposal in short is essentially to bring the zoning into alignment with the official plan in advance of a housekeeping amendment that my understanding would have been undertaken, but we kind of jumped the gun and are bringing it into alignment early. The zoning bylaw is changing it from business commercial employment to medium density mixed use, and this is just to simply allow the permitted use in the zoning bylaw. So we're generally just cleaning up the zoning to allow the use, to allow the massing, the setbacks, the landscape buffers, so that the design as conceived by Arcadius will work with the site and will function, provide an attractive product and a gateway product for St. Catharines. And in doing the zoning bylaw amendment, we conducted several studies to support the reductions that we're seeking. So we did a shadow study, a wind study, a conceptual landscape plan, an urban design analysis, an environmental noise assessment, and a functional servicing report, otherwise called as an all pipes analysis, to demonstrate that there's servicing capacity and there's no negative impacts onto any adjacent landowners. There's no shadowing impacts on landowners. There's no negative wind impacts to neighboring landowners. And anything otherwise that is demonstrated as a negative impact, such as shadowing, can be mitigated at the site plan control stage. So the one area of departure that we have with staff is the permission for the lay-by area, which is the southern drop-off area. So the purpose of this lay-by area is to, the Phase 2 building is a more sensitive use than the Phase 1 uses, which are the northerly buildings. And the drop-off area is simply meant to address the sensitivity of having things like emergency vehicles come and pull into the site and shield them and buffer them from the northern use. So while we still have, my understanding of staff's concern is that we were reducing landscaping opportunities. We're still meeting or exceeding, the 20% landscaping requirement for the site. And we believe that there are opportunities still to address landscaping deficiencies as outlined by staff. So the first upper image is the initial site plan we submitted, and the second one is one where we've demonstrated how we can do things like perhaps reduce the drive aisle access for the loading bay and add some additional landscaping there, or we can reduce the proximity of the curb cuts for the drop-off canopy and add some more landscaping in those areas as well. So what we're doing is actually quite minor. We think we can massage and negotiate this through the site plan control stage and make it work for the site. And overall, the request we're looking for is just an encroachment into the 6-meter landscape buffer. But otherwise, we're more than exceeding the landscape requirements. So that is our presentation, and I'd like to thank staff for their help and cooperation throughout this file. And we're open for questions.
Can I just ask a question with respect to that reduction? Reduction to what? So right now it's 6 meters.
It's a reduction so that the landscape buffer is a 6-meter buffer requirement, and we're requesting an encroachment into the buffer. So, for example, the canopy, we've already made that request. So you can see the canopy as it extends at the southern portion where it says Phase 2 entry drop-off. That's a 0 lot line canopy that's already been supported. So we're just essentially just extending that a little bit and requesting a similar buffer or similar exemption in the landscape buffer.
So request a reduction of 6-meter landscape to 0.
To 0.
Okay, that's what I was looking for.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter. Thank you very much for presenting this evening. When it says what is a transitional care, one of the items that you have in there is rehabilitation. Can you give me some more information on that?
On the rehabilitation?
Yeah, like what kind of rehabilitation are you talking about?
So I'm not sure what your, sorry. if you don't mind.
It's on your Shannex page.
On our website, sir?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so no, so we do offer transitional care services. This is a new area of our growth in Nova Scotia specifically. So we will actually be operating Nova Scotia's first transitional care center located in Halifax. So that's probably newer. I don't know if you're looking at a news item there or what's in the report, but transitional care is really just it's an emerging area of healthcare. We wouldn't be offering it here in St. Catharines as part of this proposal. This would be our traditional retirement lifestyle services that we offer. So that would include Lifestyle residences, all-inclusive lifestyle, assisted living, memory care, and enriched care services here.
So in phase 2, would that be possibly something that you would bring into that development?
Yeah, I think with phase 2, we are thinking care services. It's probably an expansion of the care services that would be within phase 1. This is what we're finding, is that the increased needs with the aging population, that more care services might be required. And we actually have, because we have that continuum of services, I think we would base it on what the need is in the area at the time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenters. In light of the fact that you've asked staff and staff has granted you some compromises, has there been any discussion, dialogue in regard to green energy, geothermal heating, solar, anything that will enhance the long-term environmental sustainability of the project?
You want to speak to that, and I can speak to our certification.
Well, right now, we haven't, we'll have to go into the detailed design of that, and for sure, in all our buildings, we definitely look at that option. So that is definitely on the table to discuss that further.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm also pleased to see that there's recreational facilities being included, indoor facilities. Could you give us an idea possibly what size of indoor pool you would be looking at having there?
Well, in our buildings, we usually provide a 4 feet deep pool, 13 feet by, say, 10-foot pool, just an average.
So it's a fairly small.
It's just a pretty small pool. We usually have like therapy, aqua aerobics classes for the residents, and it's always supervised.
Thank you. Sorry, can I just, Mr. Mayor, sorry. Would you be willing to dialogue about some potential energy efficiency upgrades and some green energy pieces if
I'm not going to, I'll turn it over to Toby for construction, but we, last year, it's a bit of a bragging point for us, but we actually have received our ISO 50001 certification. So we're the first seniors living organization in Canada to achieve this, which is a pretty significant undertaking. And it's recertification every year. So one of our guiding strategic directions is environmental sustainability. So we're not just focused on energy, we're also focused on water, waste, diversion, building supplies, procurement policies. And then, of course, through the building materials, we incorporate a number of environmental considerations in our actual built structure. I don't know if there's anything that you want to say about our air systems or any of those pieces.
Well, just our projects in Eglinton, where we used our cistern, like storm tanks, which we use for irrigation as well. So that's something that we've definitely done in the past, and we'll continue to do more.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for the presentation. At this time, I can ask if anyone in attendance wishes to speak. I'll ask a second time. Is there anybody in attendance who wishes to speak? All right, seeing none, can I have a motion to close the public meeting? Councillor Dodge, Councillor McPherson. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Public meeting is now closed and council is called to order. Persons wishing to receive a notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. I believe I have Councillors Harris and is Councillor Kushner on the call? He is, wonderful. Councillor Kushner to second the report.
I am a delegation willing to speak.
Oh, my apologies. Sir, were you delegating to speak on the 1298 4th Avenue development? Mr. Hicks, were you hoping to speak on the OEB motion, or were you speaking to the 1298 4th Avenue?
The 11.1 motion about the Ontario Energy Board.
Okay, we're not quite at that one yet. I appreciate that. Sorry for the
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, not a problem. All right, so I have the motion moved by Councillor Harris and seconded by Councillor Kushner. And I will look first to Councillor Harris. All right, so I have the motion moved by Councillor Harris and seconded by Councillor Kushner. And I will look first.
Mr. Mayor, I was just wondering if it would be appropriate to add an amendment to it since I'm actually moving it, and it would be to, I even wrote it down, to grant the request of the reduction of 6-meter landscape buffer to facilitate the layoff by drop-off to 0.
It looks to me like we may already have that.
Well, that's what I like to see.
Written down there. So, Alexi, am I correct that that amendment is there already, further down? Thought I saw something along those lines.
It's friendly because I'm making it myself. I consider it friendly.
Thank you. I just want to make sure it's on the screen before anybody speaks.
I'm not reading it.
Oh, there we go. See, it didn't look like anything was happening, and then all of a sudden it was right there.
Perfect. That's all I have.
Okay, so I'm just going to very quickly look to our friends who presented. That was, I believe, the amendment there in red. Okay, wonderful. I just want to make sure we had clarification. All right. Any questions or concerns? Councillor Williamson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't belabor this, but if staff could deal with the proponent in terms of whatever environmental sustainability infrastructure that could be installed, photovoltaic, solar panels, geothermal heating, what have you, that would be, it should be considered, I think, on each and every development that we're looking at.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. All right. Seeing no other questions or comments. Oh, wait, sorry, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Kushner is up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, the question I have with respect to the reduced landscape buffer, how does that compare with the one on Louth Street in West St. Catharines, West Hills? It's very close to the road. How do they compare?
I'm going to perhaps
To staff.
Yep, I'm going to perhaps ask the Director of Planning if she's still on the call, if she can answer that.
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor, can you please repeat which site you are trying to compare this one to?
To the one on Louth Street in West St. Catharines, the new nursing home, West Hills, I think it's called.
Okay, thank you, councillor. We'll have to, I won't be able to address that right here on the call without pulling the plans and doing a quick look at that. I may be able to get a response to you later this meeting, but I don't have that information in front of me right now.
Okay, I apologize. I should have called you and asked you that question. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you. Just a quick comment on addressing the need in our community. I just see there's one slide here that talks a little bit about how the number of seniors in our community, 65 plus, is over the average in Ontario and Canada. And I did have a call this last week from a family member, a child of someone who's in the hospital looking to be discharged, and he was worried that he wouldn't be able to find a long-term care home in time. And this is a situation that a lot of young people are in. I believe my parents will live forever and forever be able to be independent, but that's just not the case. And the need is there, and it's growing significantly. And so I'm excited for this project to see, even if this isn't a facility for everyone, it creates more supply where it's definitely needed in our community. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. All right. Seeing no other questions or comments, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Phillips?
Yes.
Counselor Townsend?
Yes.
Counselor Stevens?
Yes.
Counselor McPherson?
Yes.
Counselor Miller? And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right. Thank you so much for the presentation. We look forward to you getting started or continuing with the work. It's what we call a good news story. All right, moving on. There are no presentations, so we'll move into discussion reports. Discussion reports first as the council meeting as the sole member of Tourism St. Catharines. So we have 9.1 Tourism STC, the annual business plan and budget, creating impact together, the collaborative approach to destination marketing. Before the discussion of the report, I'm going to ask Brian York, the general manager, Karen Doyle, chief marketing officer, and Julia Cholfi, the administrative coordinator, to provide a presentation. Did I say it right? Yes, there we go. I've been working on Julia's last name for about a year and a half now, so I got it.
Well done, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. And council, thank you for the opportunity to have our team present to you this evening. Following several years of work, beginning with a pandemic-related response, we are before you this evening to present a collaborative destination blueprint for St. Catharines aimed at growing the visitor economy through increased investment, job creation, and supporting local business. I'd like to acknowledge the work of our counterparts in the town of Lincoln, and this evening we are joined by Brittany Bezalewski, Tourism Development Officer, and to the right. In December of 23, the town approved a partnership investment to enter into a service level agreement for the provision of a joint destination marketing organization with St. Catharines. Tonight's report, appendices, and presentation you will receive momentarily will serve as the foundational business case confirming the many benefits of this well-researched and supported path forward for the growth of our tourism sector. I will now pass it over to Karen and Julia to take us through the deck.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you for having us here tonight, Council. St. Catharines has been a key player in the Niagara tourism scene for decades, supporting the area's reputation as a top destination globally. With its diverse range of attractions, events, and experiences, St. Catharines has proactively made significant investments in recent years that has boosted our profile as a pivotal player in Niagara's tourism experience. Next slide, please. We have sketched a bold vision to grow the visitor economy in St. Catharines, and that is to position the city as a leading destination renowned for its vibrant culture, captivating attractions, and exceptional visitor experiences. We want to inspire visitors to explore, connect, and return. Our mission is to strategically promote and manage tourism initiatives, collaborating with stakeholders to showcase the unique attractions, culture, and offerings of our destination. We want to enhance the city's economic prosperity, cultural vibrancy, and overall quality of life. Our values guide our actions, decisions, and interactions as we work towards achieving our mission and vision. Next slide, please. Tourism-related jobs increased in 2022 and 2023 as the tourism economy opened back up. However, it has still not returned to pre-pandemic numbers. The 6,300 tourism-related jobs are predominantly in the hospitality sector. The highest growth has been associated with beverage manufacturing jobs. In 2023, our community was home to more than 700 tourism-related businesses, ranging from transportation services to independent artists and performers and full-service restaurants. This sector contributed nearly $400 million in related expenses to the $2.1 billion the Niagara region brought in 2022. Next slide, please. 66% of Niagara's visitors are domestic, with Ontario being the largest source of those visitors. Our biggest opportunity lies within our proximity to Canada's largest market, the GTA, which is just a short drive away. Overall, our main target audience lives within a 30-minute to 5-hour drive radius. Our urban amenities, access to locally grown and produced product, plus waterfront, beaches, and outdoor spaces make us a desirable destination within Niagara. Next slide, please. On average, between 2016 and 2022, St. Catharines has seen approximately 19% of the market share of tourism-related expenditures. As we continue to return to pre-pandemic levels, our renewed approach will reinforce the value of proposition brought before you tonight. Julia?
Thank you, Karen. Good evening, everyone. Next slide, please. A reminder that the Tourism St. Catharines budget is completely funded by the municipal accommodation tax, and there is no impact to the general levy of the City of St. Catharines. The municipal accommodation tax is collected by the city on a monthly basis from the accommodation providers and then split annually. Tourism St. Catharines receives 60% of the funds collected, the amount you see on the screen in front of you, and the remaining 40% stays with the City of St. Catharines in reserve. We are in front of you today as the sole member asking you to ratify this budget. It was approved by the Tourism St. Catharines Board on March 25th of this year. When we look at this board-approved budget, we can see that the largest piece is to support a new strategic shared service entity, a joint destination marketing organization with the town of Lincoln. The amount included in this budget is the matching amount to what Lincoln will be contributing for 2024. This new joint DMO will support specific objectives that focus on marketing, facilitating tourism product development, and advocacy for the tourism industry. The overarching goal will be to grow the local economy. In addition to this, dollars have been allocated to support event-specific activations, which will include the Fan Festival at the 2024 World Rowing Championships in August of this year. Also, community tourism initiatives and sponsorships will be supported, and investment in local sport through the Amateur Youth Sport Tourism Grant. Finally, a portion of the budget has been allocated as reserve to provide financial stability and resilience to Tourism St. Catharines so that it can effectively fulfill its mission. Next slide, please. In order to remind you of how we got here with respect to the joint DMO work and municipal accommodation tax, we've provided a timeline and refresher on the background work. In December 2021, after approval in 2020 of an MOU between St. Catharines and Lincoln, investigative work on a joint DMO began using Floor 13, a tourism consulting group. In alignment with this, Council approved in 2022 the implementation of the municipal accommodation tax. Council subsequently approved collection rates for the tax per room per night of 2% in 2023, 3% in 2024, and 4% in 2025 and beyond. Collection of the municipal accommodation tax began in January of 2023. In May of last year, Council supported the ongoing work of creating a joint DMO with Lincoln after extensive stakeholder consultation and a presentation from Floor 13. Lincoln's Council approved in December the co-investment of the joint DMO and approved entering into a service level agreement with St. Catharines. On March 25th of this year, the Tourism St. Catharines Board approved the annual business plan and budget, along with entering into a service level agreement with Lincoln to create the joint DMO, subject to sole member approval. Today we are here before you seeking ratification of these items. Back to you, Karen.
Next slide, please. The core purpose of the DMO will be to build joint brand awareness of our shared destination, driving more traffic, increasing overnight stays, and revenue for our partners. Several of the objectives include promoting the St. Catharines destination brand, increase exploration that leads to multi-night stays, foster cross-sector collaboration and promotion, and enhance the visitor experience. Next slide, please. Ultimately, our shared goal is to elevate awareness of St. Catharines and the town of Lincoln within key markets, leading to quantifiable growth in visitation, visitor spending, investment attraction, and positive economic impact. Leveraging Niagara's globally recognized brand, a new joint DMO will represent this area's many authentic products and experiences. Next slide, please. There will be many benefits to our community that are supported by the work of the DMO. Economic growth, establishing a competitive edge, ensuring sustainability, building a tourism culture, and building a strong brand identity. Our 5-year implementation plan ensures a comprehensive approach to promoting and enhancing tourism in our region. In the foundation and launch phase, spanning the first year, we will lay the groundwork by conducting thorough market research, establishing organizational structure, and securing initial funding and partnerships. Year 2 will mark the growth and development phase, during which we will focus on implementing our marketing strategy, building brand awareness, and expanding our network of stakeholders and supporters. As we move into Year 3, the optimization and engagement phase will see us fine-tuning our strategies based on feedback and data analysis, and expanding our network of stakeholders and supporters. Oops, I've already said that, I apologize. Year 4, diversification and innovation will be characterized by the introduction of new products, experiences, and marketing initiatives to attract diverse visitor segments and stay ahead of market trends. Finally, in year 5, sustainability and expansion will be our primary focus as we work towards long-term viability by implementing sustainable tourism practices, exploring new markets, and expanding our reach to further establish our destinations as a premier travel spot for years to come. Julia?
Next slide, please. As you'll see from the slide before you, staff from both St. Catharines and Lincoln have created an aggressive yet comprehensive plan to operationalize the joint DMO over the next 12 months. This includes what you see before you, including the development of an annual travel guide, marketing and communications plan development, and an initial launch of a marketing campaign for the DMO. Next slide, please. The primary funding for the new DMO will be structured by a variety of revenue streams. You will see an annual contribution in front of you from Tourism St. Catharines, funded from the municipal accommodation tax. This will be both subject to approval on an annual basis from council and the sole member. Other revenue streams will include advertising sales for the new destination travel guide, leveraging funding opportunities through grants and subsidies from upper levels of governments, and partnerships and sponsorships, and engaging the tourism business community and stakeholders going forward. Next slide, please. This slide shows a 3-year forecast that outlines the expected revenue from the municipal accommodation tax in St. Catharines. This forecast provides for a stable funding source for Tourism St. Catharines to execute the vision of positioning the city as a leading destination renowned for its vibrant culture, captivating attractions, and visitor experiences. A reminder that this is just a forecast for the next few years. Staff will report annually on the actual collection with the corresponding budget and business plan to be approved. It will be the responsibility of the Tourism St. Catharines Board and the sole member to review and approve the business plan and budget on an annual basis. We thank you for your time, and we look forward to any questions that you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'm not sure who would answer this, but will investing in a joint DMO offer a competitive advantage when looking for support from other levels of government?
Yeah, without question. Through you, Mr. Mayor, St. Catharines and Lincoln are long-established sub-regional partners. We've invested together in a number of marketing and investment projects. We've also been the recipient of joint marketing dollars. So when we apply to other levels of government, be it regional, provincial, or federal, together we were able to secure dollars because we're pitching as one destination. We're not pitching against each other anymore, so we're not competing. We're collaborative partners. And this is a bit of a precedent around the regional horseshoe, I'll say. So we're not competing with Niagara Falls, we're complementing. But we're looking at ourselves as a sub-region that has a lot more to offer. So most certainly more support from other levels of government will be forthcoming.
That's great. That's good news. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, thank you for the presentation. The 60% of the tax collected will obviously grow as the rate changes. And do you anticipate that you will always, in the future, have a use for that 60%, or is it possible that some of the funds will end up going to other initiatives?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, good question, Councillor Garcia. The 60% that's leveraged from I was going to say TVTA, TSTC, so Tourism St. Catharines, Inc. So the contribution that's before you this evening, 150,000 of that 262,000 will go to jointly invest in the new DMO with the town of Lincoln. We anticipate growing that figure as Lincoln's contribution grows, so it's a matched contribution. There may always be leftover dollars. We certainly see that with the amount of hotel rooms we have that are greater than Lincoln at this point. We'll be collecting more. So those dollars will be reinvested in the tourism products in St. Catharines. That's the mandate of a municipal accommodation tax, and as such, we think the community should benefit from that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The partnership is a great idea. It enables us to do that much more. And when we look at wine tourism, that's a big contributor. Have we considered a further partnership with Niagara on the Lake?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Kushner. When this idea came about, sort of right in the middle of the pandemic, where we entered into that MOU and started to discuss and plan for a joint DMO, a number of communities have reached out with interest in joining. We wanted to get it right through the appropriate governance model, but we're certainly open to those conversations. As my colleague is smiling and nodding because she's the recipient of many of those calls as well. So absolutely, we would look to grow it over time to see what we could do with a larger catchment area.
Thank you very much. That's a very positive response.
All right, thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Director York, just a quick question. When you budget from that 60% of that fund, when that's a number that's very variable, how do you budget from year to year? Was that based on last year's what we collected? Is that so when you budget, you're going on the low side then? So
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you're correct. Yeah, we never budget on the high side because you're not sure what the draw to the destination is going to be. But we trended pretty close to what our target was in 2023. And with an increase in the municipal accommodation tax levy for 24 and again for 25, we're confident that our numbers will remain constant.
okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, can I have a councillor to move the motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Townsend, Councillor Phillips. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then to move the recommendation in the report, Councillor McPherson and Councillor Dodge. All right, are there any comments? Councillor Kushner.
Now, my question was with respect to the last presentation, sorry.
Understood. Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Any comments? All right, seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, and before the ECDev folks walk away, I just want to say thank you. We spend a lot of time in Niagara talking about shared services. This is an actual, tangible, on-the-ground, real-life example of a shared service, and I'd like to applaud not just our staff, the staff from the town of Lincoln, and our partners in the town of Lincoln, because I think this, as we continue to engage in these partnerships, it becomes a model that the entire region can build off of. We're not the only ones doing it, but I think we do it exceptionally well. So I want to give credit to our staff and the staff from the town of Lincoln. And kudos on this. We're looking forward to good things coming from it. With that, we'll move on to item 10.1, Community Recreation and Culture Services in the Lifeguard Recruitment Surcharge. Before we get into the report, I'm going to ask Mr. Christie just to give us a bit of an update. So we will just give him a chance to get himself situated.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening to you and members of council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to this report. I'd like to address council regarding the importance of this, of the Learn, Grow, Get Hard program. I urge council to prioritize the program's continuity by considering the original recommendation presented during the March 4th meeting and the accompanying report on the 2024 to 2026 rates and fees. The program was created by our amazing aquatics team, and we'd like you to know that since it started in early 2023, we've had 309 participants. It takes a significant amount of commitment, both in terms of time and finances, financially, to become a qualified lifeguard. And of the 309 that we had taken in initially, we still have 286 who are still actively pursuing full certification. Typically, in order to become a lifeguard, it takes about a 2-year journey.
involving a minimum of about 85 hours of intensive training in the water or in classroom sessions. The process is even longer if the participant wishes to become an aquatics instructor, and even longer than that if they want to become an aquatics examiner to test those who wish to become lifeguards. Upon achieving full certification, participants not only contribute as leaders within Team STC, but also extend their expertise to benefit the broader community. Of course, none of this happens without the guidance provided by the amazing team at the Aquatic Center, who mentor and guide everyone in these programs from start to finish. So the participants can start as young as 14, and so they do need quite a bit of guidance, and we're happy to provide that to them and their families. The programs have already started for this year, made possible by funds left over from the original grant awarded to the city in 2022. We did that to make sure that we would have enough aquatic staff for the upcoming outdoor summer season, in addition to keeping the indoor pool open as well. However, we want to make sure that the program continues beyond the grant and beyond this current class. The rest of the details are in the report, but I thought I'd take this opportunity to share details about the program and ask Council to provide short-term and long-term funding for the Learn, Grow, Get Hard program. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Christie. Just for clarity, because the question was raised to me earlier today, and I want to make sure everybody's clear. The recommendation in the report is to amend the schedule of rates and fees to include the surcharges outlined in appendices 2 and 3. That's for this year as well. So we still have time to be able to amend the 2024 rates and fees. That's correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you. All right, can I have a mover and a seconder for the staff recommendation? Councillor Townsend, Councillor Stevens. And I have a list, so I have Councillor Townsend, followed by Councillor Williamson and Councillor Phillips. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Director Christie. I know years ago we talked about, we had discussions about having lifeguards at our beaches. I'm just wondering if is there a plan in the future where we are looking at having lifeguards at Sunset or Lakeside Beach?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Not at this time, Councillor. When that report request came, we did report back to Council, and we provided Council with approximate costs to develop that program. It's a totally different entity in itself. It's a different training regimen and a different skill set to be able to guard in open water. So we don't have those plans in our short term.
Thank you. Just for clarification on that, it sounds like it's a more intensive type of training, probably a lot longer, more expensive to go through that process.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the director. Just how does this translate? Are we giving, are the lifeguards going to be paid better and we're paying for part of the certification? Is that...
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our lifeguards are already receiving a living wage scale, highest in the region, as a matter of fact. And this is not a program that provides 100% financial subsidy, so the participants do have a stake in this financially as well, and we make sure of that. So it's about a 70 to 30 split most of the time, and the 30% being on the participant side. So we do provide 70% coverage of the cost.
And then the cost of their training to get certified, is any of that subsidized or covered, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this program does cover that, as well as we haven't gotten past this first class yet, if you will, but when we do, the recertification process will be part of this as well.
Thank you. Well, it's difficult to overestimate the importance of having trained, qualified lifeguards poolside and at our beaches. Our sons were in the water at Brock when a child almost drowned. Fortunately, Myram Traub, who was an off-duty paramedic, happened to be there and rescued this child. A couple years ago, I lost a student and an athlete that I coached. People need to learn how to swim, and the younger that they do so, the better it is. And we need people out there acting as mentors and people safeguarding. So this is a good investment of our money, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the director, in putting on if you want a surcharge to the aquatics users. I know rates vary depending on what program they're in, but what would you suggest as far as an increase in programming would be?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I'm understanding the question correctly, Councillor, you're asking if by providing this program, we can have more aquatics programs? Is that what you're asking?
If I was someone involved in an aquatics program right now, a lane swimming, for example, how much of an increase would I see in order to help finance this program? We talking $1?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, no. The least expensive lesson or day pass, it would cost you a penny more, and the most expensive class per session, it's an increase of about 29 cents, I believe. Sorry, I don't have the report open in front of me.
So close, 31 cents.
31 cents.
31 cents for an adult lesson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christie and Mr. Mayor. And so obviously it's well worth the expenditure in doing this. How much, when you say that we pay 70% of the fees for a young person to become qualified to be a lifeguard, how much are we paying for that, would you say?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so depends on the level and the of training, but so we can have bronze med, bronze cross, and NLS courses, and the costs would vary anywhere from let's say $80 to over $250 times the number of classes that you'll have to take over those years in order to become a lifeguard. So it does add up. So, 70% of that range.
Okay. So is there any guarantee once that person is qualified to be a lifeguard at the Kiwanis Aquatic Center or whatever pool that person is assigned to, is there any guarantee that that person is actually going to stay with us? Or is there a chance of, okay, now I'm a lifeguard, I'm going to go and be a lifeguard at the Hilton in Niagara Falls or wherever?
Great question. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Currently, there are no guarantees. There are no stipulations within the program that the participants must stay with Team STC. We've looked at other models that exist out there. Other municipalities don't do it the same way that we're currently doing it in terms of offering financial assistance. Some municipalities are actually offering cash bonuses, and even that doesn't guarantee that those participants and those lifeguards stay. We have an opportunity, I think, to investigate how others are doing it more successfully. We've seen a model where an organization pays 100% of the training fees, both the training and recertification fees. However, their aquatics program isn't at the same par as what municipalities run. So, it's not like they can work anywhere else. They have to stay with that organization. So we're going to look at options as we go along here. We want to make sure that the program stays relevant to the industry. We want to make sure that the program stays responsible to city resources, especially. So we're going to look at what I think you're asking, Councillor, and we're going to be making changes as we go along to make sure that we get the most out of not just the program, but taxpayer dollars as well as the participants.
Thank you. That's good to hear, because I am aware that in the past there have been, for lane swimming, for example, lanes have been shut down because we didn't have enough lifeguards to cover the program. So I think it's really important that if we're going to pay these young people, and it's great that we're doing that, and I give them credit for being lifeguards without a doubt, but I think we need some assurance that they're going to stay with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. So the surcharge of 3% is going to be added on to the user fees that are required by children, youth, and older adults. That comes to around 24,000 per year, like depending on the year. Is that correct? And does that cover the cost of the program, or how much more is coming off the tax levy for the program?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that covers the program.
That covers the program? So when we're talking about user fees, how do we decide what gets put on the user as opposed to what goes on the tax bill, right? Because we kind of all agree that like these programs don't pay for themselves. they're user fees that acknowledge that the users should pay more than the general taxpayer because of the service they're receiving. But we also agree as a community that teaching children how to swim is pretty important because they can't go to the beach if they don't know how to swim, or it's more dangerous anyways. So what is the process to deciding whether or not an extra cost goes on to a user fee as opposed to just the general levy?
Director Douglas, I'm going to direct this one to you because I'm sure you have some good news about the philosophies we use with respect to setting our rates and fees.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we do have a procedure and process here at the city with regards to rates and fees, and we look at, one of the things we look at is we look at what our current market, so the city, what the user pay, and what the user can contribute towards the fee, and we also look at what our comparators, what they charge. So we want to make sure that we are within the market and that individuals are benefiting from our program and using our program here, and we do that analysis on a regular annual basis, as well as we look at new fees that may come out and that other municipalities are charging, and if they're applicable here as well. So it's kind of a combined approach for us to determine our rates and fees.
So then in that case, would you say that our current rates and fees for the kids programs, the youth programs, the older adult programs can handle a 3% increase without going over our competitors or comparators?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yes, based on the analysis that Mr. Christie and his team did, we are comfortable that the public can bear that.
All right, thanks.
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Christie, how many kids utilized the program last year, or how many lifeguards did we get out of it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so it's as you know, it's seasonal, but we can get up to as high as about 70 to 80 lifeguards at any given time, especially during the summer. That includes, though, some turnover, people leaving halfway through, and so replacements. But yeah, so when it's only the Kiwanis Aquatic Center that's open, we're probably down to about half of that.
Okay. And how many of them would have gone through the program or to get utilize the certification funding?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, all of them would be certified, but not all of them would have received financial assistance because we just rolled it out.
Okay. And do you know how many utilize this assistance program?
We've got, sorry, I have some stats here.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Because the program just started,
right.
We've got 22 who have completed.
Wow.
Thus far.
Okay. Yeah.
We've got another 40 or 50 sort of on the queue. As I explained earlier, maybe not fully, but they go in stages because it's, in the beginning it's age-based, and each class we max out at about 22 to 24 because of space. Both in the water and dry land, and because of the ratios that we have to keep with the instructor of the course and so on and so forth. So we can't take massive amounts of people all at one time, so we have to do them sort of staggered.
Okay, thank you. To me, it's a great program. I know when I spent some time at the Aquatic Center, there were a few lifeguards in training, and it was actually a family affair. Their mom worked at the Aquatic Center, and all three kids were certified and were working at the Aquatic Center. So it's great to see this kind of program to ensure that we have enough lifeguards and that everyone's fully trained. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Counselor Williamson?
Yes.
Counselor Miller?
Yes.
Counselor Kushner?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
Right, moving on to item 10.2, financial management services in the year-end report and reserve update. I'll look to Ms. Douglas to provide some introductory comments.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to members of council. So the report before you this evening, it gives the results for the 2023 year end. And 2023 transactions are closed. However, the numbers are still subject to our annual audit, and figures will only be finalized once this audit has been completed. Our auditors are scheduled to begin their work later this month. Overall, the city ended 2023 fiscal year in a positive position. This report provides information on the city's year-end financial position for December 31st, 2023. And council will note that the city's year-end surplus of $8.24 million is close to double the 2022 year-end surplus. There are two main contributing factors for this larger than normal year-end position for 2023. The first is the settlement of a very significant tax appeal covering multiple years, completed for an industrial property that was mediated mid-December 2023. And the settlement for this longstanding appeal has been more favorable than what the city had expected based on previous discussions and meetings that we had with the property owners, the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, and the city's legal counsels. This positive outcome results in the city being in a position to significantly reduce our allowance for outstanding tax appeals by $4.11 million. The second large contributing factor is the favorable investment income earned in 2023, which has exceeded our budget by $2.49 million. Estimating investment income can be challenging, especially in high inflationary times. However, with more stability seen in the last half of 2023, staff were somewhat more aggressive with our investment income projections in 24 to 2026 multi-year budget. These two factors represent 80% of the city's 2023 year-end surplus, and the remaining 20% of $1.64 million represents approximately 1.4 of the 2023 tax levy budget, which is a reasonable year-end position on an overall operating budget of $127 million. In this report, staff are recommending the transfer of a significant portion of this positive variances to the tax rate stabilization reserve. An amount of $4.881 million is staff's recommendation. Other reserves transfers are also being recommended by staff and include the following: $1 million to the DC funding exemption reserve, $850,000 to the storm sewer repairs and rehabilitation reserve, $900,000 to the municipal works vehicle and equipment reserve, and $605,000 to the fire vehicle and equipment reserve. By council approving these transfers to these reserves, these dollars are available to support future year budgets and minimize the additional tax levy required to support the identified pressures. Additional details to support the recommendations for these reserve transfers are contained in council's report. All city departments are involved in the development of the year-end report. Departments were requested to provide comments on any variance that was greater than 10% of their year-end position. Therefore, the year-end variance report was provided explanations for amounts less than 90 or greater than 110 of their annual budget. Details are provided in Appendix 1 of the report. The collaborative efforts of the city departments, their directors, and the budget office are instrumental in providing the details in this report to council. I would like to thank all the departments and the finance team for their hard work, their support, and expertise throughout 2023. It is truly a team effort. In Appendices 2 and 3 of the year-end report are the parking and water and wastewater reserves. Parking operations ending the year with a small surplus of just under $34,000. The parking budget is divided into 7 divisions, each representing a different revenue generation stream. The parking reserve fund has an uncommitted balance of $1.12 million at the end of 2023. When we look at the commitments and the outstanding capital works, the reserve balance is expected to have an uncommitted balance of, at the end of 2026, of $159,000. When we look at our water and wastewater reserve results, the water and wastewater operations ended the year with an overall surplus of $2.06 million. This includes a surplus from wastewater operations and a deficit in water operations of 0.35 million. In addition, there was 1.64 million completed from water and wastewater capital projects at the end of 2023. This combines the operating and capital surplus of 3.67 million. The balance of the water and wastewater reserve at 2023 year end is 18.5 million. After the commitment of the 2024 to 2026 water and wastewater budget, the forecasted uncommitted balance of the water and wastewater reserve is forecasted to be just under 17 million as of December 31st, 2026. This reserve has an upper limit of just under $100 million, which is 4% of the current estimated replacement value of the city's water and wastewater assets. It is important to note that the 2024 water and wastewater budget utilized 5.18 million transfer from the water and wastewater reserve to support its budget and to keep the water and wastewater rates under 10%. Also included in this report are the city's reserves and reserve fund balances at the year end for 2023. The city has a number of established reserves, capital, contingency, discretionary, and obligatory reserve funds. The city's reserve and reserve funds are an essential part of sound financial planning and management. A strong financial standing is vital to long-term planning, sustainability, and to ensure the city meets its future goals. Overall, most of the city's reserves are not at their target balances. However, with the 2023 year-end surplus, as mentioned, largely results of the favorable investment income and a reduction in the city's tax allowance due to the settlement of a significant multi-year appeal, provides the ability for a transfer to the city's tax rate stabilization reserve and the reserve and reserve funds to support the future year's tax levy budget and to enhance the long-term financial sustainability and continue to build resilience to the city's programs and operations. Finally, Appendix 5 is a summary of the Civic Project Fund, which is expected to have an uncommitted balance at the end of 2026 with our commitments of 4.01 million. The report is also requesting council approval of 2 new reserves, the Storm Sewer Reserve and Rehabilitation Reserve and the Sanitary Sewer Repairs and Rehabilitation Reserve. These items were had funding flowed to them during the 2024 to 2026 multi-year budget process, and this report is just asking for formal council approval to create these reserves. Mr. Mayor, those completes my overview of the 2023 year-end report. Thank you.
Thank you kindly, Ms. Douglas. Before I go over to look for a mover and a seconder, I just wanted to come back to something because I think it's important and it bears some further explanation with respect to, because this number looks very large. But I would suggest that it's probably best viewed as being a $1.64 million surplus from last year, which is in line with many other years that we've had. It's very reasonable and not a lot more than would be expected. The 2.49 million has everything to do with inflation rates, which I think at the beginning, well, when we did the budget for 2023, would have been very hard to try and determine what inflation rates would have done inflation rates and then interest rates would have done last year, which is what caused that massive surplus. But specifically, the tax allowance adjustment. So for clarity's sake, and please, Ms. Douglas, correct me if I'm wrong, this was an appeal that was started over a decade ago by General Motors on the assessment of their property. And so over the course of that appeal, our staff have conservatively put aside money on an annual basis into a fund to be able to potentially have to pay a large settlement based on that assessed value of the property being decreased, General Motors having then overpaid their taxes and having to be paid back. The ultimate appeal wound up being more favorable than we conservatively guessed on the staff side when this appeal started, and so there was money left over in that fund. So I think it's important for the community to understand this was staff trying to make sure that if there was a damaging appeal to the city, that we were not in a position to have to further harm taxpayers by going back and asking for a much larger chunk of money on a tax bill at the time of that appeal being settled. In this case, it works out as additional money which did not have to be spent to cover the cost of that appeal. So I wanted to make sure that was clear because at first blush, the number that we have in surplus this year is very large, but the vast majority of it is related to a very specific instance, which I don't believe we expect to happen anytime soon again. And then the interest rates, which, as I said, I don't think could have been forecasted to continue doing what they did last year in such a way that would have decreased the number there. With that, before I get to the speakers list, I just want to look, can I assume that the budget chair and the budget vice chair will be moving and seconding this report? Yes?
With that, before I get
Excellent. So I will look to Councillor Garcia.
Budget chair and the budget vice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You have already focused on the issue that I wanted to ask a question about the surplus, and the second part of it, not as large, being that larger than forecast investment income. And I just wanted to ask the treasurer through you, on page 2, you say that estimated investment income is challenging, especially in the high inflationary times. However, with more stability seen in the last half of 2023, staff were somewhat more aggressive with investment income projections in 2024 to 2026. Does that mean that you are not assuming that, as everybody's expecting, that interest rates are in fact going to drop beginning sometime this year? Or?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. When we were looking at what was happening in the interest rate market and we were developing the multi-year budget, we did provide for some interest rate reductions, but we tend to be very conservative in those estimates, so we were a little less conservative. So we were still predicting that the interest rates to drop, but because of how we estimate and because of the fact that we have some long-term investments with higher rates, we were able to kind of balance that a little more in our forecasting.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In a couple of instances, we have the reserve balance, which is presently is at, far exceeds the targeted balance. The green initiatives being one, for example. You have a reserve balance of $926,000 and the targeted balance of $350,000. Second from the bottom. I was just wondering, is that targeted balances, and I mentioned this before, that I think each reserve should have a cap, and once it gets to that level that it needs no more funding. Is that basically what that targeted balance is?
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, that's correct.
Okay, so in where we have a green initiative of $926,000 and the targeted balance of $350,000, once we hit that targeted balance and the reserve balance exceeds that, could we not move some of that funding? And don't get me wrong, I'm all for green initiatives. But could we not move that excess into another reserve that is depleted to the and needs some bumping up, like fire department equipment or something like that? I guess what I'm saying is, why do we have almost $600,000 extra in one reserve account?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So some of those dollars are committed to projects, but the available balance is almost double, is over double the targeted balance. So when we look at the various projects, we can look at this reserve and see if we can be using it towards some of our capital projects that meet the objectives of this reserve, which is the green energy investment. However, there also are projects that we know that are coming forward in future years that we will also be needing to use this. So sometimes we can see the reserve building a little bit for usage beyond what's reported in the current commitments as well.
So basically the targeted balance is not really giving an indication of what the cap should be. You're going to need more money in those targeted balances. There's another, in the Performing Arts Center, similar situation where you have a reserve balance of 305 and the targeted balance is 84,399, but the one ahead of it, the Performing Arts Center has a reserve balance of 337, but their targeted balance is $5.5 million. To me, we should be moving that extra money up into the reserve balance so they can get closer to the targeted balance. But anyways, food for thought. There's no sense having too much money in one reserve if we're never going to use it.
All right, thank you, Counselor. Seeing no other questions, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor Kushner.
Yes.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Miller. Counselor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Counselor Stevens.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Phillips.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That motion's carried.
All right, moving on to 10.3, Financial Management Services. Director in Legal at Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, Budget Readoption Process, and Amended Terms of Reference for Budget Standing Committee. Before discussing the report, Mr. McGinty, the Deputy Clerk, will provide brief introductory comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As Council is aware, last summer the strong mayor powers were extended to the City of St. Catharines, and this changed the city's budget process, with the budget now being presented by the mayor. The city's 2024 to 2026 multi-year operating capital and water and wastewater budgets were deemed adopted on February 2nd of 2024. While the multi-year budgets were adopted in February, the Municipal Act requires the municipality in the second and each subsequent year of a multi-year budget to review and re-adopt the budget for that year and for the subsequent years to which the budget applies. As such, in accordance with the Municipal Act, this fall, the 2025 and 2026 budgets will be re-adopted. The report outlines the re-adoption process, but I'll highlight some key components. It's important to note that strong mayor powers still apply to the re-adoption process. Once the mayor tables his budget, council has 30 days to submit amendments. Council can pass a resolution to shorten this time period. The mayor has 10 days to then veto amendments. The mayor can shorten this time period by providing written notice. And council then has 15 days to override any mayoral vetoes. Council can pass a resolution to shorten this time period. Once the mayor tables his budget, the budget process will last for a maximum of 55 days. The readoption process outlined in the report is based on the process that was used in January and February for the initial adoption of the multi-year budgets. I'm now going to highlight some of the planned schedule for the fall. And just as a note, the meeting dates I'm about to list are existing council meeting dates. No new meeting dates are proposed for this fall. So at the council meeting of October 21st, staff will bring forward its draft readoption budgets. The mayor's readoption budgets will then be published on October 25th, which will start the 30-day amendment window. At the council meeting of November 4th, the mayor will present his readoption budgets. At the council meeting of November 18th, council will consider amendments to the mayor's budgets. The mayor's veto period will begin on November 23rd and end on December 3rd. And council's override period will commence on December 4th and last until December 18th. Any overrides to mayoral vetoes would be heard at the council meeting of December 9th. The readoption process that I just outlined is designed based around having the budgets readopted prior to the start of 2025. It's important to note that while the 2025 and 2026 budgets have already been adopted in principle as part of the multi-year budgets, the readoption process still allows for councilors to submit amendments to the entirety of the 2025 and 2026 budgets. As noted previously, budget amendments from councilors will be considered at the meeting of November 18th. The report also proposes changes to the Budget Standing Committee. However, since the publishing of the report, staff have held discussions with the chair and vice chair of the BSC around the proposed changes and schedule for the committee. Staff have worked with the BSC chair, Councilor Garcia, on an alternative motion, which he will be bringing forward this evening, which staff are fully supportive of. And Mr. Mayor, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. McGinty. At this time, I'm going to ask that the alternate motion be put up on the screen. Who was that? I don't even know what to do with you, Councilor Harris. All right, so we have the alternate motion on the screen. I want to make sure everybody has a chance to take a look at it. Councillor Garcia will be moving this. Councillor Dodge will be seconded as the chair and the vice chair of the Budget Standing Committee. And at this time, Councillor Garcia, do you wish to speak to this, or do you want to wait till the end? I will wait till the end, Mr. Mayor. Okay. So Councillor Garcia has opted to wait till the end. I have Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I felt last year's budget was worked as well as any budget that in the years that I've been on council. Council had input into the direction that staff had given us. Staff were made aware of any priorities that the Budget Standing Committee had, and then later as a committee of the whole. And then it was given to you, and because of your expertise as budget chair, and I'm serious when I say that, it went smoothly. And it was as good a budget process as I've been involved in, and I think we should keep it the way it was, or the way it is, not the way it was. I'm not going to past tense, the way it is. I don't think we need a name change to the committee. I think it works, and this way council feels that they have a little bit of input into the budget process. Yes, we've given our staff direction to prepare budgets for the future. We'd like to see them early, and if there's anything that we might suggest as a change, they could get back to us to tell us why it might happen or why it might not happen. It worked really good, and I'd like to see it continue that way. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would echo some of the comments that Councillor Phillips just mentioned as well. I think that, when we're working through this new system, I think that it would be nice to keep things the way they are so that we still are able to work through things in the same manner. And then I would also like to ask if, I know I seconded the motion, but if Councillor Garcia would be open to having, when it comes to the, I'm not sure what we're actually calling it, but the new community fund for the wards, if there's an opportunity, I know that staff's working diligently at making some policy changes and stuff so that we have guidelines there. I'm wondering if we could have, I don't know whether you would call it a committee or whatever, but something where council could have maybe 3 or whatever the number they want, members, kind of get together to discuss it, maybe with yourself as well, Mr. Mayor, and see what we would like to see as a part of that policy moving forward for how that money's distributed and spent throughout the wards.
So if I was going to try and wordsmith an amendment at this time, perhaps that the budget chair, vice chair, and the mayor take comment from council to provide recommendations on the ward
Vice chair and the
ward
mayor.
spending policy. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
that works.
Okay. And I would say input is coming from all of council, so we have to pick a couple of members of council to do this. That seems like the easiest group, but we will be obviously going out to all members of council for thoughts on what that policy should look like. It won't change anything about the dollars, simply what the written policy is from staff. So in terms of what a timeline would be, I would suggest that we would ask for feedback from council over the next week or two so that we can consolidate it and put it into something we can give to staff. I'm going to look to Ms. Douglas. Do we have a sense of when that policy might be coming forward? We are almost halfway through the year, so.
Yep. Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Staff is working on it, and we were planning to bring it to the May 6th Budget Standing Committee meeting.
So then I would suggest that to councillors, if you can forward any comments you have about what that policy may look like, anything you think needs to be included in it, forward that through to one of the 3 of us or all 3 of us at some point in the next week so that we can put that together and get it to staff in time for the publishing guidelines.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm supportive of the alternative motion on the floor. It keeps local councillors' voice in the process. I may be somewhat biased, but I think we add value to the discussions, we reflect what local residents have to say, because we're in touch with them on a daily basis. And this also talks to the strong mayor powers, and I'd like to give the mayor credit for not having used them. And maybe he will use them soon, but he has been seen fit to not be heavy-handed, which is a good thing. And I think, as a person who served on this council, recognizes and respects the role that local councillors play in their wards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. And for those at home ascribing nefarious means to the thing that I just said, I was kidding. It was a joke, I promise you. Councillor Stevens, followed by Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, I have a question for clarification. What do we need a second motion for? If we just deny the staff report, everything would stay status quo, wouldn't it? So why do we have to have a whole other motion to say we want to keep it the way it was?
I would suggest it was to make sure that staff were clear on the fact that we wanted to keep it exactly the way it was.
Okay.
But Mr. Oakes wants to add to that.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. This actually does also incorporate the strong mayor legislation within, which was not included previously.
Thank you.
Did you just want to see me flex again? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair, on that comment of flexing. Is there any topic of conversation to add in strong budget chair powers as well? Is that something the province is considering?
I have not heard a single discussion about that, but...
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I feel like I should have brought my heavyweight championship belt into the ring, but you can't call the question. Councillor Garcia gets to speak before he's already reserved that right. Seeing no other commenters, I will look to the budget chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, you cannot have two strong powers. Anyway, just clarification for all of council and the public watching with the amendment that Councillor Dodge made, that for the first time ever this year, we have, I forgot if we called it a community fund per ward, where each ward is going to have an amount of money. It's not a large amount of money, but that ward councillors can allocate to different worthwhile causes within their ward. So we're talking about a policy for that in terms of how that would be done. And what Councillor Dodge is asking for is that we get input from councillors, because we're the ones who are going to get the calls, and maybe getting the calls already as to how those funds could be allocated and what the right way of handling that would be. So in terms of my motion, Mr. Mayor, I think my colleagues have already made some very good points, but I will be somewhat repetitive by saying that I thought my first year as budget chair, I thought that, to echo what Councilor Phillips said, that the system that was set up under your leadership before was working well. And at the end of the process, even though you had the strong mayor powers, I remember distinctly that you said that you were taking the input from council and the budget committee in making your budget that you tabled. And this is what I would like to see, is that we continue with a similar process, that we have as frequent meetings as necessary to ensure that we look at any amendments, changes, updates that may be necessary, and that we do have some committees of the whole so that all of council can participate and understand what's happening with the budget. This will make it a lot easier, I believe, for you as well, Mr. Mayor, at the end, so that when you table your budget, all of council will be aware of what the development of the budget is. And I definitely feel strongly that we need to keep the system that we have, and that we need to keep the a strong budget committee, because I view our responsibility in terms of developing a budget for our city as one of the top, if not the top responsibility that we as councilors have. So having said that, I certainly hope that my colleagues will support what we have on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. At this time, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor Kushner.
Yes.
Counselor Miller.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson.
Yes.
Counselor Stevens.
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Counselor Phillips.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right. We are moving on to motions. The first motion is with respect to supporting the decision of the Ontario Energy Board to end the gas pipeline subsidy. Okay, I just need you to push your button. There you go.
Sorry, this is, I apologize for missing it before when you asked for declarations of interest, but I did hand the form to the clerk, and I do have a conflict with this motion because I have a pecuniary interest in a company that's involved in this. So.
All right, understood. Thank you, Councilor Garcia, for clarifying that. Not a problem at all. So with that, we do have a couple of delegations to speak first. So at this time, I will call Robert Hicks to present. He's presenting virtually. Mr. Hicks, the floor is yours.
We have a couple of delegations to speak first. So at this time, I will call Robert.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
He's presenting virtually.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Your worship and members of council, my name is Robert Hicks, and I live in St. Catharines in Ward 5, and I wish to speak in support of motion 11.1 put forward by Councillor Ratliff, urging the provincial government to not block the decision of the Ontario Energy Board to end the subsidy for hooking up houses to Enbridge's gas system. I am submitting to you today representing myself and also as a member of Seniors for Climate Action Now, also known as SCAN, a recently formed and rapidly growing action group based in Ontario. Our mandate is to inform and mobilize seniors around the climate emergency. Our goal is to build support and urgent and dramatic climate action in the hopes of preventing more climate catastrophes. We refuse to despair. We have hope, but hope takes work, and hope requires action. We now have about 500 members. I hope you will visit our website at seniorsforclimateactionnow.org for more information about our rapidly growing action group. I am submitting to you today as a citizen of Ward 5 and a member of SCAN to ask you to protect all citizens of today and following generations against the sheer folly and the lack of good sense and the clear willful blindness of the Ford government. Climate breakdown is not some future event. It is happening now. Communities across Canada are very aware of this and are committed to address this problem responsibly. Fortunately, we live in a democracy where municipalities speak for residents, not gas utility profits. I'm happy to be able to say that a number of communities in Ontario have already passed resolutions like motion 11.1 before you today. The communities I'm aware of at this time are Hamilton, Guelph, Whitby, Severn Lake, Lake of Bays, Kingston, County of Prince Edward, and Pelham. It is incredibly important that decisions be made by all levels of government this year, not next year or the year after, to help reduce the use of fossil fuels quickly and dramatically. Therefore, I hope and expect St. Catharines and other communities will follow the example of these wise communities. Contrary to this, we have the unwise actions of the Doug Ford government that unfortunately has been influenced by the lobby efforts, money, and power of big business. Doug Ford should not have overturned the OEB's wise decision, but he did. He has also referred many times to how he wants to get shovels in the ground. In 2022, Doug Ford had a music video produced titled Get It Done. In that song video, the lyrics say, he won't stop and he don't ever fold. So I have written a response to this, to his Get It Done song, as a poem titled Do It Right. So I have written a response. The reference to Doug in the following is a metaphor for government, and the reference to shrink your shovel is a metaphor for reduce the damage, and it speaks directly to the OEB decision. It goes like this. Do it right, Doug. Your Get It Done song says you won't stop or don't ever fold. So this is what you need to be told. Climate change needs to be a bipartisan priority. It devastates us all. The stakes are too high and the time is too short to not decarbonize. Don't let your shovels in the ground dig too deep. Build only what we need, Doug. Build only what we need. You need to shrink your shovel. You need to shrink your shovel, Doug. You need to shrink your shovel now. It is important we get this message to you. You need to do it right. Your Get It Done Act is an abusive process that undermines democracy. Growth for growth's sakes is a disastrous call. You need to rethink it all, Doug. You need to rethink it all now. You need to do it right. Do not second guess the Ontario Energy Board. You need to respect its decision. We need that energy transition. You know heat pumps are a climate superpower in their very high efficiency. Electrification is the way to go. Don't pretend you do not know. The era of the heat pump has officially begun. We need those heat pumps now, Doug. You need to reverse your bad decision on the OEB's wise decision. Don't let the next generation down, Doug. You need to shrink your shovel now. You need to do it right. Perhaps someday that will be put to music. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you will do the right thing today and join with the other municipalities that have passed resolutions urging the provincial government to reverse its decision and let the Ontario Energy Board decision stand. I thank you for your time. I'll be happy to take your questions. And let the Ontario Energy Board decision.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Okay, at this time, Mr. Hicks, if I could just ask if there's anything that may be playing audio in the background, if you could just make sure that that's turned all the way off. There was a little bit of feedback during your presentation, although we did hear it and we did hear the poem. Councillor Townsend, questions?
Not a question, Mayor. I apologize for this. I'm going to have to declare a conflict on this because it does impact a client that I am working with right now. And I think in the best interest, I unfortunately have to declare a conflict. I apologize for not doing that sooner, but
understood.
As I'm looking through this, it directly does impact, and I shouldn't be involved in partaking.
Right, Councillor, I'll just remind you, you do have to fill out the declaration form.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for making sure to declare that conflict. Any questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Hicks. I'll now call Herb Sawatsky to present.
Any questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr.
And the lectern is yours, Mr. Sawatsky.
Agenda, it's impressive. I'm here to ask you as council to support the motion being brought forward by Councillor Ratzlaff in support of the OEB decision to end the amortization payment scheme for the Enbridge Gas Company, what has been called a subsidy, and which they disagree, a statement they disagree with. I'm a climate activist. I care deeply about the environment, as I'm sure and confident that you do as well. However, we need to point out that the OEB did not make this decision out of their concerns for climate. The Ontario Energy Board made this decision because it is their job to look out for the best interest of consumers. And the OEB sees what is happening and can be seen in plain sight. In the last 2 years, in the United States for sure, and in Canada, I believe as well, heat pumps have outsold furnaces. There's a move away from natural gas that everyday people, the market, wants to make. And that transition is happening. And so the OEB sees that if Enbridge is allowed to continue to amortize their connection fees over a 40-year period, then ever fewer homeowners will be carrying this cost as more people move away from natural gas. Now, Enbridge objects and states that hydro is also subsidized, and hydro is also has a similar payment scheme to their company business plan. However, the big difference between hydro and Enbridge is that the OEB sees no reason to think that hydro will become an abandoned asset in the way that the gas grid is in danger of becoming. When we presented this motion to the Niagara region 2.5 weeks ago, where it was defeated, one of the concerns that the region had was that it should be phased in. They were wondering if there was no way for the OEB decision to become kind of phased in. I have to point to this study from the Fraser Institute, which points out how slow Canada is moving when it comes to electrification and moving off of natural gas. Canada, out of 34 countries, ranks 32nd. We're not transitioning at all. We're standing still. So there's no threat of us moving too fast. Furthermore, the Ontario Energy Board is not making any comment on anything that is currently on natural gas. They're talking about new developments. When Pelham voted in favor of the OEB decision by a vote of 5-1 just 2 weeks ago, as our previous speaker, Mr. Hicks, pointed out, they hoped that their vote would spur the province on to move on this transition. There was very deep concern that does the electrical grid have the capacity to make this transition to a fully electrical environment, as it were. But there are many options that we have. One of the things that Pelham is doing is they're putting in rooftop solar on their community center. That's going to cost Pelham Center, the municipality of Pelham, $1.3 million. However, that community center has annual costs of $400,000, and putting on solar panels on their roof will reduce their costs 40%. They anticipate that they will pay for that $1.3 million installation in 6 to 7 years. That installation, those solar panels, will last 30 years. Right? And it will save about 8,300 tons of CO2. This helps the province, this helps the municipality, and it is something that every municipality can do. The great thing about putting solar panels on a public building, you don't have to put in batteries because, of course, the building is being used during the day when the sun is shining, except for about 2 hours or 15 minutes this afternoon. Right? So there are many options available to us. On the heating front, I'm almost there. I'm just going to cut to the quick. I really appreciated your comment, Councillor Williamson, to the previous presenters here, when you encouraged them to explore the variety of energy capacities that are available to us, including geothermal. And I loved their answer that they were open to it. The one company that works with them, Better Neighborhoods, is already working with companies here in Niagara on exactly that. They're working with Elevate Homes both in Welland and in Beamsville. Geothermal is a great option for us. We have, can you take me to the 6th slide? There are at least 6 or 7 companies here in Niagara, Diverso Energy, Subterra Renewals, that will do district energy as a utility. As a utility, it will not then cost the municipality or the developer anything, or there will be a small installation cost for it. District energy with geothermal is a proven and very viable project. Subterra has had over 500 projects across North America, and they've worked with Madame A. Homes, and I'm a minute over, so I'm just going to end it right there. But there's all kinds of funding available to us for this, including from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. You know, when I made this presentation at the region, I had 10 minutes, and I even talked over that. So that's all I have for now. Thank you so much for your time. And yeah, we would love to see you join the other municipalities that are voting in support of the OEB decision.
Thank you, Mr. Sawatsky. Do we have any questions for the presenter? Councillor Ratzlaff?
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Sawatsky. Do you have a heat pump, and how's it working for you?
We do have a heat pump. We installed it this past April, and it's working well. Every now and then we have to put on a sweater, but we have an old home. It's about over 100, almost 120 years old. So it's a leaky house, but we're happy with it. We're very happy with it. And we have already saved, well, I track it with Enbridge all the time. We have already saved about $350 in our utility costs. And we're now at that time where that would be the most expensive. So I'm anticipating we're going to save about $800. Now, we are backed by natural gas. Enbridge has required that, and because we have a leaky house, we decided to go with a natural gas backup. Many heat pumps have a wire, what is it called, a heat strip, which is the element in your electrical oven, right? That's what's used to back up a heat pump. We have natural gas. We have reduced our natural gas usage by 35%. Yeah.
Thanks.
And if I'm allowed to, if you want to show slide number 4, air-to-water heat pumps are even better than air-to-source heat pumps. These things are absolutely amazing. They work from -30 to +45, and you can see there their energy consumption is down to, saves you, and it's 70% in energy costs. I know this because my brother-in-law is considering putting one in. So, I'm sorry, was there a follow-up question?
No, that's everything. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Sawatsky, are you aware that hearings are being held on Bill 165 today at Queen's Park in Toronto?
They're in committee today and, well, 7th to 9th, I thought, or 8th to 10th, yes.
Environmental Defense, in its media release today, were you aware that you've raised the environmental issues, but then there's the cost to the consumers, and they state in total, Bill 165 would lead to an increase in Enbridge's budget by over $2 billion over 5 years, all of which would be paid for by Enbridge's existing gas customers, amounting to $600 per household over 5 years. So that would be $120 extra billing for Enbridge customers per year. Have you heard those numbers?
I think I came across them today. Yes, I have been dialoguing quite a bit with Environmental Defense, and there's a bunch of provincial organizations that have been working on this. But yeah, the Enbridge's scheme works really great for Enbridge's shareholders. Right? Enbridge made $5 billion last year, and their stated objective is to get returns for their shareholders. The OEB's job is to work in the best interest of Ontarians. And I don't need to remind you and tell you that that's exactly your job as well. Right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Sawatsky, thank you for your presentation. You seem to have, there's so many questions that I have that aren't, I'm sure that they'll be coming for a long time.
I don't have to go anywhere, so
No, I meant like just in general, but
Yep.
so you said that you've changed over to heat pump backed up by gas.
Yep.
And you also showed the geotech,
Yep.
the companies and stuff like that.
ground sourced, yeah.
Yeah, so when you were, I guess, investigating it, because you seem like you look into things, why did you go with the heat pump over the geotechnical?
Sure. Can we go to the previous slide, to this one? So ground source heat pumps are a better option in the long term. They are more expensive up front. So a heat pump will replace a furnace and an air conditioner, and it can also replace a hot water tank. So a combined furnace and air conditioner is $10,000. You add in a water tank, that's a hot water tank, that'll be another $1,000 or $2,000. The connection fee to connect to the grid is $4,000. Right? So that brings us to a total cost of about $16,000 if you're doing a new build. Right? We were not doing a new build. Right? As I said, our house is about 120 years old, and Frank, I'm 56. I don't know if I'm going to be around long enough in that home to fully have the cost benefits of it. According to the Canadian Home Builders Institute, right, if you put in a ground source heat pump, they will reduce your utility bills by about 50%. Right? If that's the case, in our house, we would have that made back up. They say paid for. We would have paid for it, right? We would have made up the difference in our savings in about 10 years or so. I expect to be around in 10 years, but yeah, we decided to go with a heat pump because of the lower upfront costs. For a new build, now, I don't like to pass myself off as an expert. I read a lot, I try to be informed, right? But I definitely recommend to people either if you're doing a new build, get a ground source heat pump, or look into the air to water heat pumps. But we went with what we did because, yeah, in 20 years, will we be in our house? We don't know. If you go electric, apparently your resale values for a home improve and are better, so we could have perhaps got a few more dollars out of our house. Right now, I'm thinking when this equipment has to be replaced in 10 to 15 years, I would hope to see that air to water heat pumps are more developed and we could switch over to that.
Okay, I might be confused, but you said that you're probably saving 35% a year by.
We've reduced gas by 35%.
Oh, reduced gas.
And I'm thinking we're going to save about $800 in natural gas costs, in our utility costs.
In 1 year?
Yeah.
So what would your, to do that, what was your, time for payback? When we break, you said 20 years, I think you said, or 10 years for the geothermal, what would it be for the heat
okay, so what's
pump?
our heat? Well, see, we were even. Okay. We replaced our furnace and our furnace and air conditioner, and we got a rebate. So we actually paid a few $100s less for our heat pump than we would have paid for a furnace and an air conditioner. So we were already even. So we're already saving money.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are you thinking of making a switch?
A property that has a geothermal on it already, so.
Awesome.
But I'm curious as to, because you had the choice.
Yep.
I didn't have the choice at the time, and the heat pump didn't necessarily work with the way that I needed to do it, so.
There's a lot of considerations that go into it.
I know, and that's why, with this, there's so many considerations to be thought about.
Yep.
It's a lot of information to be had, for sure. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Dodge. Seeing no other questions or comments, thank you, Mr. Sawatsky, for the presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Can I have a councillor to move and second the delegations? Receiving the delegations, Councillor Williamson, Councillor Dodge. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So now we come to the motion. Moving it, I have Councillor Ratzlaff. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor McPherson. Oh, is Councillor Miller the seconder? Okay, Councillor Miller. My apologies. It's not written in my script, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Okay, Councillor Ratzlaff, would you like to speak first, or would you like to speak last? So Councillor Ratzlaff is going to speak last. Do we have any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Miller, would you like to speak? He is shaking his head no. Councillor Williamson.
Well, I just want to restate, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've heard the environmental rationale for why this is, the OAB decision needs to be supported, and the Doug Ford government's overturning it is not a good idea. So the environmental issues are quite clear, and the first graph that Mr. Sawatsky showed us is alarming, because every month over the last 6 or 8 months, we've broken record after record. The amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has gone up a huge amount, and surface ocean temperatures have really gone up just in the last few months. And then on top of that, we hear that the average person paying for their natural gas heating is going to see an increase of $120 a year. So if we're actually fighting for the little guy, we would be supporting the OEB decision and not overturn it to force these costs down to consumers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Are there any other speakers to the motion? All right, seeing none, Mr. Ratzlaff, Councillor Ratzlaff, sorry, you have the final word.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I hope that council, my fellow councilors, consider supporting this motion. I think that I just want to reiterate the first point that Mr. Swatsky made, and that is that the OEB's decision was based on the best interest of residents, homebuyers, consumers. In the past, it might not have been the case that there were many alternatives to natural gas. I bought my house, or my house is over 100 years old, so I assume that it used a different source for heat than natural gas, coal maybe, I'm not actually sure. Then we transitioned to natural gas, and now there are other options. And locking home buyers into a 40-year agreement to finance the construction of gas infrastructure doesn't give those buyers of new homes the freedom to choose some of those new alternatives that are rapidly catching up to in efficiency and reliability to gas furnaces. And they're cheaper, they're more affordable. When my gas furnace fails, I hope to also be able to buy a heat pump or explore my options, because those options are more affordable to me, not to mention that they're also more sustainable, like Councillor Williamson pointed out. Those two reasons alone, I think, are enough to support this motion, and I hope you choose to. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor. And with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
No.
And that's lost on a tie.
All right, moving on to item 11.2, support the Federation of Canadian Municipalities call on the federal government to maintain the Canadian Community Building Fund as is. I have moving Councillor McPherson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Dodge. The motion is on the screen. Councillor McPherson, do you wish to speak first, or would you like to? Okay. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be brief. With the federal budget coming, the federal government is looking at reworking the current structure of the Canadian Community Building Fund, which will, and some of the things they're looking at is adding layers of additional reporting, a lot of additional reporting, and some additional requirements that prior to municipalities being able to access what is currently a consistent form of funding for municipalities, the provinces will have to meet certain requirements. So at this time, there is the potential that a municipality will not be able to access the funding unless the province meets the federal government requirements, which would be rather difficult at times. So just this motion is simply asking that the current structure and current requirements around the CCBF remain the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more comments? All right, seeing none, I will just very briefly speak, and I appreciate Councillor McPherson for bringing this forward. This is something we've talked a lot about at this council. It supports a lot of the goals that we've pushed up to this point. We do need a new deal for cities. That's simply the reality. As much as the CCBF, the former gas tax fund, is very much appreciated, it's not enough. lot of other pieces of infrastructure, a lot more value in infrastructure that we need help in being able to support within our municipality. So hopefully the federal government heeds this call the same way we have been making the same call to the provincial government through AMO, and hopefully we can make some actual meaningful change in the very near future on this file. With that, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That motion's carried.
All right, item 11.3, transforming the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River Basin into a thriving blue-green economic corridor while safeguarding our freshwater resources. This time I'm going to ask the Deputy Mayor to take the chair as I'll be moving this motion, and I'm going to leave it for the Deputy Mayor so that I don't get in trouble.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I don't think you want me to read the whole motion, but I'm sure you want to speak to it. If council wants, I'll read the whole thing, but I've read novels that are shorter, so go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's fun waiting for it to go from green to red. It's enjoyable. I appreciate the opportunity to raise this evening. It's a fairly straightforward motion. It comes from the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative. The organization has been very heavily focused on environmental issues and is going to continue to be focused on environmental issues. But one of the things that we are attempting to do with this year's AGM is to not shift tracks, but to add an additional track to the work that we're doing with respect to economic transformation in the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Basin. And specifically environmental economic action, working on building the blue-green corridor. I won't belabor, it is a very long motion. I hope council has cleared up any questions they may have about it. There will be a Mayor's Commission on Economic Transformation coming forward in May in Montreal at the AGM that will be discussed. And we're looking forward to continuing the conversation about how to promote a sustainable, resilient, and inclusive economic development plan for the entire basin. We know here in St. Catharines, given the work that Algoma Central has done with their greening of the fleet, they've made massive investments worth billions of dollars over the last 10 plus years in their attempt to ensure that they are the greenest way to ship on the Great Lakes, and not just on the Great Lakes. The simple reality is that when you use marine transportation to be able to ship, that is the greenest way to ship. That's the greenest way to get goods from one place to another. Algoma has made those investments. We want to be and continue to be a leader in this field. We want to be able to represent a community that represents the leadership that's gone on through Algoma and others on the Great Lakes. So I'm hopeful that we can have a unanimous motion here to move this forward and to continue to send that message along with the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative as we carry forward into the AGM in May.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This will be seconded by Councillor Dodge. Are there any comments or questions from anyone on council? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Mayor Cisco.
Wait, there it's over. Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Counselor Stevens?
Yes.
Counselor Williamson?
Yes.
Counselor Townsend?
Yes.
Counselor Harris? And the motion's carried.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I see you have another one, provincial regulations needed to restrict keeping of non-native wild animals, exotic wild animals. Do you want to speak to that?
I will speak to that very quickly. Then I'm going to let Councillor Dodge finish telling me the joke she was telling me. I do appreciate the opportunity to raise this issue as well. This is something that I've worked on, I think, all the way through my municipal career. I've taken a keen interest, like some of my colleagues, in the welfare of animals. This is something that our council has dealt with in the past with respect to exotic animals. This motion is the result of the work of groups in the province who are trying to make the keeping of non-native exotic wild animals a far more stringent process with many, many more restrictions at the provincial level. So in conversations with groups around this, I offered for St. Catharines to be one of the first to take a look at this motion and to hopefully move this forward. It does ask the provincial government to implement regulations and restrict the possession, the breeding, and the use of non-native or exotic wild animals and licensed zoos in order to guarantee the fair and consistent application of policy throughout the province. We've seen this, and most notably with an application that came forward last year, not just in our municipality, but in others, trying to work through the differences, the very small differences in certain bylaws from one municipality to another, and then trying to use decisions in less stringent municipalities to hold over the heads of other more stringent municipalities in the hopes that they could move their businesses forward. It didn't work here, but this is an attempt to try and stop that from happening by having a common set of regulations across the province. So again, I would implore my colleagues to support the motion so we can move this forward and continue to see some good work done at the provincial level.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Kushner?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm quite surprised that there's a need for this because, as the mayor has indicated, our exotic animal bylaw prohibits the keeping of exotic animals. And I thought that would have been common throughout the province. But I'm very surprised to see that the province does not license zoos, in that in this province we have approximately 30 roadside and other types of zoos. I was shocked to hear that. Does that mean that marine land is not licensed?
Mayor, do you have any idea towards that? Or?
I will say I don't actually know. I'm sure if I could get the mayor of Niagara Falls on the phone and away from his eclipse party, he may have the answer to that question, but I don't actually know, so I apologize.
Yeah, well, if I can, it's still very shocking that we have approximately 30 roadside zoos in the province of Ontario. I know when you travel to Ottawa, you see a couple of them, but I did not think there were that many. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Through you to Mayor Cisco, just as a friendly, I assume you should also send this to MPP Gates, or did you miss him on purpose, or?
No, in this case, we added all three of the MPPs who represent a portion of the city of St. Catharines.
I see, just
that's
the border.
Only reason, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're okay with that? Thank you. Any further questions or comments? I need a seconder for this. Councillor McPherson, thank you. First one with a hand up, so to winner goes the spoils. Seeing no further questions or comments, I'd ask the clerk to call the question, please.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
Counselor McPherson?
Yes.
Counselor Miller?
Yes.
Counselor Kushner?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Dodge?
Yes.
Counselor Williamson?
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Counselor Stevens?
Yes.
Counselor Townsend?
Yes.
Counselor Phillips?
Yes.
Counselor Harris is absent. That motion is carried.
All right, so we are into notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion for this evening for the next meeting? All right, seeing none, we're into report requests. Councillor Miller, I believe you have a report request for this evening.
Yeah, just a quick one. You'll remember a few years ago, the province gave cities the responsibility of allowing alcohol consumption in public parks. At the time, we'd said, everyone pretty much had said we were waiting on Toronto's pilot project, which now concluded successfully, according to city staff in a report and a survey of Toronto residents. So what I'm really asking for is a report from staff about what the process would look like if we were to do that in St. Catharines, including timelines.
Okay. Do we need a seconder for the report? We do. Can I have a seconder for the report request? Councillor Ratzlaff. All those in favor? Opposed? All right, that's carried. Are there any other report requests for this evening? Seeing none, we're on to item 14, which is committee and task force minutes. We will start with 14.1, the minutes to receive and file the minutes of the advisory committees of council as presented. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Councillor Stevens. Before I get into that, Councillor Stevens, you had a comment you wanted to make?
Yes, I don't know if this is where we ask, but a little time ago, we kind of fast-tracked a PO for Parks and Rec or whatever it was, Daryl Smith's group, to purchase a vehicle. And I'm just wondering, do we get a memo back? Did that ever happen? Because it was done here in council. It was a truck that was flat, and we had to get it done fairly quickly for cost-wise, and it was approved here as opposed to doing it in the budget. So do we ever get a memo back saying, yes, we received it, or, you know, just wondering, is this a place to ask for that?
So in general, we wouldn't get a memo back. I think an email to the appropriate director, in this case, Director Smith, would probably be able to clear that up.
It was just because it was done here as opposed to them just buying it.
No, when we give early budget approval, generally we don't get any information back from staff necessarily, because we will give early budget approval. Well, in the past, we've given early budget
Well, it
approval.
wasn't a budget, it was one specific item that they asked for.
No, I realize that, but yeah, if it was came through council, we wouldn't necessarily get any information back.
Just wondering about that, that's okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so can I have a mover and a seconder for the minutes? This is not the amended, so Councillor Phillips, Councillor Ratzlaff. The amendment is the next item, that's why I want to be very clear. Okay, so are there any questions or comments with respect to the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor? This is not 14.2, yeah. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right, now we're on to 14.2, which I know a couple people have taken an interest in. The resolution from the minutes of the Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting of January 24th, 2024, Facility Accessibility Design Standards, Universal Washroom Language. Before we get into the discussion of the motion, and I ask for a mover and a seconder, I'm going to ask Mr. Martuccio, the Director of Engineering, Facility, and Environmental Services, to provide some comments. Director Martuccio.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. City staff are supportive of the proposed amendments to the city's FADS document as listed in 14.2 and 14.3 of tonight's agenda. Staff are committed to providing facilities that remove barriers and are accessible to all users. However, it should be noted that providing these facilities requires additional resources and operational needs. Specifically with regards to the proposed amendments listed in 14.2, universal washrooms with ceiling lift track systems require frequent maintenance and inspection to ensure that they are in good operating order and safe for patron use while mitigating corporate liability. It is staff's recommendation that the proposed language for section 4.2.7 of the FADS document be slightly altered to say, universal washroom shall, when operationally supported, incorporate a ceiling lift track system.
All right, thank you, Mr. Martuccio. I need a mover and a seconder for the motion. Councillor Miller, are you moving this motion?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so Councillor Miller's moving it. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor McPherson? All right, Councillor Miller, you had your hand up, so I just wanted to give you the first opportunity to speak.
Yeah, I had a question from the Accessibility Committee. I was just looking for some sort of historical information that we had done or approved a FADS review, I think sort of similar to this in 2021 that either we didn't get back or didn't go back to the accessibility committee, perhaps just because of the election the next year. I was just wondering if staff would comment on or provide maybe some clarity as to what the situation was there with the last FADS review.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if it's in reference to the amendment that was made that was similar to this, I believe it was made as part of last council's direction, and when a new council was voted in, the ORL was, I guess, the reports on the ORL were removed, and I believe that report back never did come back to council for their consideration.
Okay, and just in terms of the timeline and process, there's no concern here about a delay or anything. This will be pretty immediate.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, staff are already implementing some of these directions in the way that we conduct business today. However, what staff are requesting is that there be, instead of it being a blanket statement where these are included in all washrooms, that they're only included where they can be operationally supported.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have Councillor Williamson followed by Councillor Kushner. So Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Martuccio. So operationally supported. So this does call for every building to have a universal washroom with a ceiling lift track. So that means, like, for example, the self-cleaning washroom, maybe it already has a ceiling lift track, but it wouldn't seem probable that it would work. Would that be an example of where it wouldn't be practical to install one, Mr. Martuccio?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's exactly a situation where it would not be feasible to install one. We originally did have one identified in those tender drawings, and the manufacturers would not install it due to safety concerns.
Is there any other sites that we can think of that where this wouldn't be practicable?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if a universal washroom was to be constructed in a park that is not regularly inspected, or where the washroom isn't regularly monitored, it might not be a good situation to put this type of equipment in that type of washroom either.
Okay, and does this motion surpass or go over and above what provincial standards that we're required to follow are?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe it does. It does ask that lifts be provided in universal washrooms where possible. However, as our current FADS document, it does not require it to be in all universal washrooms.
And last question is, have we looked at the financial impact of this, what this would cost to implement these?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the report that is appended does identify the costs. There are capital costs as well as operating costs associated with this type of equipment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Kushner, followed by Councillor McPherson. Councillor Kushner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Has this been used in other municipalities? Is it common elsewhere?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is common to have ceiling lift track systems installed in other municipalities or other washrooms. However, I believe they use the same type of judgment when determining where to install the equipment.
Okay, and what is their experience? Are they pleased with the results? Are there any safety issues with these lifts?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are safety concerns if the equipment is not regularly inspected and cleaned and maintained. It is a lifting device that is required for individuals that do not have the mobility to move themselves, and if it fails in any way, there are safety concerns.
So is it a high-tech device or is it low technology?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't consider it a high-tech device. However, it does have electrical components that help to assist in the movement of the individual around the accessible washroom.
And yeah, you talked about maintenance costs. What would they be? You indicated what the capital cost would be.
To you, Mr. Mayor, just bear with me for a second. I am pulling the report up. To Mr. Mayor, we've identified that the operational costs for this type of equipment is in the area of about $5,000 to $7,000 a year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor McPherson, followed by Councillor Townsend. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Martuccio. When deciding where, washrooms that this won't work in, would there be some consultation with the accessibility committee as well, or conversations that would happen? Or would that just be strictly a staff decision?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we always bring these types of projects to the accessibility committee for their input and consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. And, no, that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Townsend, followed by Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I just wanted to add into this, just before where it says universal washroom, I'm hoping I can make an amendment to change it to whereas safety is at utmost concern, where staff feel most appropriate, a universal washroom shall incorporate a ceiling lift track system, if that is, if that meets what staff have mentioned in regards to safety. At the very start of it. So before universal washroom, when operationally supported. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
By staff, put it in there as well. Operationally supported by staff.
Mr. Martuccio, that maintains the intent?
Through Mr. Mayor, that does help maintain the intent.
Excellent. Okay. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Meridian Center and Canada Summer Games, they're both outfitted for sledge hockey. Do they have lifts available in their washrooms?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know on those two facilities. I do know that we did install them at Sunset Beach, and we also installed them at Port Weller, Bill Burgoyne Arena recently. It is a piece of equipment that we are looking at more consistently when we do retrofits to our existing buildings.
So how many more do you figure that we'd have to install to meet the requirements that are expected by Accessibility Committee?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the request from the Accessibility Committee is to have this type of equipment outfitted in all of the city facilities where possible. And as we work through a list of our facilities and we do our accessible upgrades, we are considering this type of equipment.
So you're not sure exactly the number yet?
No, I do not have that number off the top of my head.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Just to put a human element on this, I am a child of a parent who requires one of these lifts to go to the washroom. And, there's not like a lot of, like even my own house doesn't have something like this. So we can't visit in my own home. And so having, the comfort to know, so my kids are taking skating lessons at Seymour Hanna, and he's able to come and watch, and the arena is set up really nicely for that kind of activity, because it's warm in the facility. You can watch from, everyone here I'm sure has been to the arena. But it's challenging because yeah, if you can't go to the washroom, it's very you're in a very vulnerable situation, right? We're talking about people who are in a very vulnerable situation who have very limited options when it comes to socializing. And so for the city to be able to offer this in their facilities is huge. I speak to that from experience. And until you're in the situation, you don't really, you won't fully appreciate the gift that this is to families who have members of their family who require this to go to the washroom. So I'll just want to put that human touch on this amendment, because it does make a massive impact to families who need this to socialize, to get out in the community, to feel as though they're part of St. Catharines. So I wanted to say that, and I wanted to thank the Accessibility Committee for all the hard work they do to make sure that the city is welcoming to everybody and every family that we have in our community. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner for a second time.
My questions have been answered, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Seeing no other questions, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Just point of order, are we voting on that amendment or?
Did you consider it as friendly, Councillor?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so then we are voting on the amendment in red first, and then we will vote on the motion as a whole. So, to the amendment.
Councillor Miller?
No.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That motion's carried.
Okay. Item 14.3 is also a resolution from the minutes of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. Facility Accessibility Design Standards Playground Language. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Dodge.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, did we not just vote on the amendment?
I'm a knucklehead. You're 100% correct. Yes. I will look to the clerk now to call the roll on the entirety of the motion as amended. Thank you, Councillor Dodge.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips? Yes. Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
And that's carried.
It had to be Councillor Dodge, eh? None of the rest of you could have caught me. The person who enjoys it the most when I make a mistake and she calls me out on it. All right. Now we're moving on to 14.3. Facility Accessibility Design Standards Playground Language. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor McPherson and Councillor Williamson.
Oh, yeah. I have a question.
All right. Sorry. Councillor, can you just turn your mic off and I'll get us back out of voting mode? That's my fault. I should have done that already. All right. So the motion is up on the screen. Sorry. Councillor Williamson, did you want to speak?
Mr. Martuccio, it says that a paved pathway made of a hard, smooth material that does not separate under pressure. Does that include asphalt? Because I know that asphalt does, over time, separate, crack. Or is this limited to concrete, or are we talking about asphalt as well?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe it does include asphalt as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Phillips.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Christie. In the request, it says a minimum of 3 at-grade play components as provided as standard. Obviously, we need at-grade play components for students who require them. However, the number 3, does that pose a problem for some of our new playgrounds, or is that normal that we would have 3 at play or at grade?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's not, depends, I guess, on what you mean by normal, but it really depends on the budget of the project. So for citywide parks, we might have 3 or more at-grade play options. If the project is, for example, a neighborhood park, which would have a considerably smaller budget, we may not be able to afford up to 3 at-play stations. So we strive to have as many as possible, which requires greater square footage, of course, and then that means more rubber surface, which adds to the cost. So I guess to answer your question, it really depends on the project, but we have made it a point to have as many of those as possible.
My concern is I don't want to restrict if it's a small neighborhood playground and all of a sudden we have to have 3 at grade. That's going to impact the whole playscape. To me, it would be better to indicate that, or to leave it up to the contractor, or to leave it up to the PRCS department to determine how many should go in a particular site, given the nature of the playground. So I'd like to change that to make an amendment to that the number of at-grade play spaces will be left to the determination of the Parks and Rec and contractor. And if possible, if we could have 5 for everyone, that'd be great. But for some of these small playgrounds, I'm thinking of 2 or 3 that are in the city, there wouldn't be much left given the cost of the playgrounds these days. And if there was 2 instead of 3, so be it.
So then how do we want, what are you proposing? Are you proposing simply striking that third clause?
Striking that third clause and replacing it with the number of at-grade play components will be determined by the PRCS staff.
Okay, so.
With a minimum of 1 per, minimum of, we won't even leave a minimum. We'll just let staff determine it, because I'm sure that they are going to include, because it's very, very important that we meet the needs of these youngsters. And we're putting them in every playground that we're putting in anyways, correct, Director Christie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
So I think we'll leave it up. I think it'd be better to leave it up to staff.
All right, so Councilor McPherson, is that friendly? No. All right, we're gonna hold debate. Councilor Garcia, I have you there on the balance of the motion. But I'm going to, we're going to debate the unfriendly amendment first. So we clear the queue. And so we have questions, comments to the amendment made by the councillor. And
in discussing with Councillor Dodge, he brought a good point to add to my amendment with consideration or discussion with the Accessibility Committee.
And okay, so that addition is being made there. So I have Councillor.
That's friendly now, I think.
If
is that
consultation with the Accessibility Committee, then it would be friendly.
Oh, be still my beating heart. It's wonderful when we get along. All right, so we're going to just wait for that to pop up. Councillor Stevens, if you want to clock off, because now it's a friendly amendment, so if you want to jump in the queue. Councillor Garcia, do you want to press your button again? And I will open you up in just a second. So, for clarity, Councillor McPherson, I just want to make sure you're comfortable with what's up there now. The number in consultation discussion with the good? Wonderful. Councillor Garcia?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Martuccio, just some clarification on the a paved pathway made of hard, smooth materials. It was my understanding that there was some, I don't know if crushed stone is the right terminology, but stone pathways that could be made that were still accessible, that you could run wheelchairs on them and so on. Is that not correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in the past, that was an accessible alternative for the Accessibility Committee. If we could not put in a hard surface, I don't believe we have gone to the Accessibility Committee with those types of designs in a while. It's probably something that we should go back to them with to see if it's still an acceptable surface treatment.
Can we open up Councilor Garcia's mic again? Thank you.
Yeah, Councilor McPherson. Oh, yes, thanks. Okay. So will staff automatically look at that, or do we need an amendment? Or the reason I ask is because obviously that would be permeable as opposed to having a surface that would not allow water to go through it, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, a stone path would be more permeable, and it is something that we do consider from time to time. But like I said, it's not something we've used recently. It is something that we would consider and go to the Accessibility Committee with for their approval and consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Councilor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment of how important it is to make sure that our parks are accessible, and that, you know, I know that there is a lot of controversy over paved pathways, but I think it's also important to recognize that parents who are pushing strollers, seniors, grandparents who are trying to come to a park, that a paved and a hard surface makes it possible for them to play. I just point to Montebello Park as the example, which is a beautiful park in St. Patrick's Ward, with a beautiful new playground. Being able to watch grandparents roll right up, you know, with walkers or canes, as well as parents being able to roll their kids up in strollers right up to the playground is really important. And I will relay one story really quickly. In speaking with the staff liaison for the Accessibility Committee, park staff, CRCS, my apologies, not park staff, that there was a park that required, a parent just wanted an accessible swing. That's all they needed. They were taking their child to the park every day. They could not play in the park because they needed an accessible swing. And our team did a magnificent job in getting that swing into that park, and it made all the difference for that child. And it was done quickly. So while some of these items may seem overwhelming and very expensive, it's changing lives, and it's making children who often feel and are on the outside being able to play and be a part of the community. So while there is expense, there is also an important commitment that we have and we've all made to the community, that we will ensure that everyone is welcome and that everyone can access our city facilities. So hopefully we can pass this unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McPherson. I do have a question for, actually, this is for Mr. Christie, so Mr. Martuccio, you can stand down. Mr. Christie, I'm just curious, with respect to this motion, if council were to pass it and were to become policy, would this stop council and the city from being able to engage with some of the naturalized play space creators that are out there right now? I know there is a local professor at Brock who's been working with the school boards. They've done a revamp of the St. Patrick's Elementary School Park in Niagara Falls. Ridley College has a good example of one just inset from Ridley Road. And what's the name of this? Which one? Pastones has it, but I mean, Ridley College has one as well, just at the corner. Anyways, those naturalized spaces, would passing this motion stop us from being able to engage with one of those groups?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I would say no. So although we have our standards, obviously, such as these bullet points here, and when we set out with our request for proposals, we include in the terms of reference the types of play amenities and play assets that we're looking for a specific project. All of the submissions and from the vendors that participate should obviously meet those specs. That said, I just looked actually, and so for the last 2 playground projects, we haven't had a submission from that type of vendor that you just described, for whatever reason. I think that the technology is changing so quickly that I think that designers can make play equipment out of fallen trees, really, logs and naturalized materials to make them usable for play. Are we there yet to say that we're apples to apples with the traditional playground? I don't think so. So I would say no, because they can always submit an innovative and creative way to introduce play at all levels using different materials. I think that where we might get into some confusion, or not maybe confusion, but maybe a question would be in the use of the hard surface materials that we have spec'd for our own playgrounds, because I think that those natural playground vendors would prefer a softer material underneath, which the accessibility committee, doesn't approve of. So I think that technologies are catching up, so they should be able to meet our specs. Sorry for the long-winded answer, but it's a quickly evolving industry that we're dealing with.
Thoroughly unhelpful, Mr. Christie. But I understand your point. I raise this then as a caution that the movement in playground equipment is actually to get away from the multicolored, brightly colored metal contraptions and play structures, and back to a more naturalized environment. And kudos to Pathstone, kudos to Ridley College. They both have examples of them. Kudos to the schools, a couple of elementary schools in the Falls that have gone to that, and they've seen very, very good results. Not just in physical health amongst the student community, but in terms of mental health within the student community as well. So I'm supportive of this, obviously, because I want to make sure that our parks are as accessible as they possibly can be, but I want to make sure that we're not putting up roadblocks if we decide we want to go in that direction in the future. I will, however, raise one additional point, and I will check with Mr. Christie for clarity. Mr. Christie, do we have anything in our policy for building playgrounds that requires fencing around the playground? Is that a requirement?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe so, but I can dig into that.
Yeah, I don't believe it is. I think most of the parks' playgrounds don't have fences around them. I don't see anything included here. So I will just point out, and I will use a little bit of my own personal experience here. If we put this in place, the playgrounds are still not accessible to all kids. Because there are a number of children in this community who are flight risks. And if you don't have a fence around the playground, those children can't play there. And I know that because that's my son's case. I'm not about to ask for an amendment to this because I think, A, that's unfair to spring that on council now, and I also think it's something that has to be brought to the attention of the Accessibility Committee for them to weigh in on before anything happens. So it has been my plan for a couple of weeks after talking it over with friends, and sort of after World Autism Day, having that conversation that we should bring something to the Accessibility Committee to see about changing our policy with respect to that, because it is something that'll become a bigger deal as time goes on. There are more and more children that are being identified in that way, and are also within schools, being included within classrooms. And again, if we want to make these playgrounds as accessible as possible, that's a large deficit that we currently have, because just about every single playground in the city of St. Catharines does not have a fence around it. So kids like my son can't play on them. I am very lucky in that, going all the way back to 2011, and some of the folks who are here might remember, Grapeview Elementary School came forward and asked for the city to make a contribution to help build their playground. And we made a very difficult decision. It was a bit contentious, but we made the right decision, I think, and we helped to build that playground. They opted to put a fence in at the time. A fence which remains open unless there are kids inside of the fenced area that needed closed but never locked, so the community can still access that park after school hours. And I'm lucky that that happens to be down the street from my house, so that's where my son can play. But 99% of the parks in the city do not have fences. So I just raise that as a concern and a reminder that we should always be looking at ways to make our parks more accessible. With that, I will turn it over to the clerk to call the roll. Just wait.
Counselor McPherson?
Yes.
Counselor Williamson?
Yes.
Counselor Townsend?
Yes.
Counselor Phillips?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Kushner?
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Counselor Stevens?
Yes.
Counselor Dodge?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That motion's carried.
Wonderful. All right, it is time to go in camera, and so I will look to the clerk to read the reasons for why we are going through the looking glass.
Legal and Clerk Services, Legal Services Consultation Direction for City Project, closed session pursuant to Municipal Act 2001, Section 239-2F, advice that's subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications for that purpose. Legal and Clerk Services, Legal Services, legal implications of implementing a bylaw to regulate the delivery of handbills in the city of St. Catharines, pursuant to Section 239-2F, advice is subject to solicitor-client privilege. In Planning and Building Services, Planning Services, Committee of Adjustment decisions regarding 2386 3rd Street, Louth, and 2398 3rd Street, Louth, closed pursuant to 239-2E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege.
Can I have a mover and seconder to go in camera? Councilor Garcia, Councilor Dodge, all those in favor? Opposed? Away we go. Love it. Welcome back. Motion arising from closed session, 16.1, consultation direction for city projects. I have Councillor Williamson moving, Councillor Stevens seconding. The council approve the staff recommendation contained in report LCS 071-2024 regarding consultation direction for city projects. And I'll look to the clerk.
Councillor Williamson? Yes. Councillor Stevens? Yes.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips? Yes. Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge? Yes. Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That motion's carried.
16.2, legal and clerk services, legal implications of implementing a bylaw to regulate the delivery of handbills in the city of St. Catharines. Moved by Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Dodge. The report LCS 059-2024 regarding implications of implementing a bylaw to regulate the delivery of handbills in the city of St. Catharines be received for information and staff proceed as directed in camera. To the clerk.
Councillor Phillips? Yes. Councillor Dodge? Yes. Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson? Yes. Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
And
Planning and Building Services Committee of Adjustment decisions regarding 2386 3rd Street Louth and 2398 3rd Street Louth. Moving Councillor McPherson, seconding Councillor Dodge. The council proceed as directed in closed session. To the clerk.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge? Yes. Councillor Williamson? Yes. Councillor Phillips? Yes. Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
No.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco?
No.
That motion's carried.
Bylaws. Are the bylaws listed on the council agenda as A to I be read a first time, considered and passed, and that they be signed and executed by the mayor and clerk? Can I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Townsend, Councillor Stevens, all those in favor? Opposed? Let's try that again. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And finally, that there being no further items of business, this meeting be adjourned. Moved by Councillor McPherson, Councillor Ratzlaff. All those in favor? Opposed? See ya.